Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah Cohen, the director of the Buffett Institute and the Leopold Professor of History here at the university. And I'm really delighted to welcome you to the second day of our spring symposium, Negotiating Peace in a Multipolar World. Thank you to our speakers who have traveled from 5 continents to join us for these discussions. Thank you to Fundación Acordemos, led by Sergio Jaramillo, which is sponsoring this event with us, and the Kiev Mohila Foundation of America, which partnered with us to bring Minister Pavlo Klimkin to Chicago. Thank you to our Crackerjack team at the Buffett Institute, especially May Malone, Mimi Sang, Madeline Williamson, Megan Ozorowski, Diana Snyder, and Samantha Nissen. As anyone who's planned anything knows, none of this is possible without them, and we are so, so grateful to be the beneficiaries of their talents. Thank you to the NUIT Special Events team. You guys are the best. And thank you to our Deputy Director at Buffett, Professor Neha Jain, who is an international lawyer, a professor at the law school, and Deputy Director of the Buffett, as I said, and has been really crucial to every element of this conference, from the conception of it through all of the details. Thank you to the organizing committee, Ian Kelly, Danielle Gilbert, and Dan Kushmarek. Okay, our planning for this symposium started last summer when Ian Kelly, who is the university's ambassador in residence, suggested that Buffett host a workshop bringing together diplomats, negotiators, and academics to talk about intractable regional conflicts. Through a series of happy coincidences, Sergio Jaramillo and the newly founded Fundación Acordemos, the Colombian think tank devoted to peace process design, came on board. So our aim was to bring together people who had participated in the high-profile peace negotiations of the past few decades to see what could be learned for now and the future from their experiences. According to the Research Consortium Peace Rep, the vast majority of the peace agreements that have been signed since 1990 deal with armed conflict within states. Only 17% of them have dealt with conflicts between states. Our speakers' experiences include both inter- and intrastate conflicts. Some of them have mediated conflicts in which their own country was involved and have also gone on to work as trusted third-party intermediaries. Their experiences encompass the golden age of the 1990s peace processes, when the end of the Cold War created the conditions for negotiated settlements, through the multilateral processes of the early 2010s, and of course our own moment, which no less than the 1990s is witnessing the end of an established order, with great power-dominated bloc politics on the horizon. Obviously, these are very different geopolitical contexts, and which in turn have yielded very different possibilities for ending conflicts. As Kate Viron said yesterday, the peace treaty is just the tip of the iceberg. Peace building requires many, many more years, in which conflicts can be frozen without being resolved, and in which they can deepen even without the resort to violence. So as a consequence, we're going to be following up on this symposium with one on youth peace building that our students, some of whom are here today, they were here yesterday as well, and more will join us later in the afternoon. Our students are organizing a symposium on youth peace building initiatives around the world. But in this spring symposium, we wanted to put the focus on diplomacy and negotiation, specifically on what former CIA Director Bill Burns, talking about the US, has described as the decline in diplomatic capacity. Part of what we wanted to explore was the peril, and not just the promise, of peace negotiations, a peril that is now amply demonstrated in the context both of Gaza and the current Ukraine negotiations. So our 4 panels today are going to take us through the stages of negotiation, from recognizing moments of opportunity to the design of peace processes, the proliferation of actors, including international bodies such as the UN and NGOs, third-party countries, as well as the crucial area of implementation. We'll be delving into big questions about political will and legitimacy, back channels, and the coordination of international support, as well as more technical elements of peace process design, such as the sequencing of the agenda. As we've planned this event against the backdrop of the past half year, it has sometimes seemed as if a discussion about comprehensive and coordinated strategies, about learning from the mistakes of the past, about careful preparations, is, to put it politely, in a completely different universe from the one that we are inhabiting, from the free-for-all that is going on all around us. Still, the job of universities is to supply reasoned, dynamic analysis and to act as repositories of the knowledge that can be gained from research and hard-won experiences. So that's what we are hoping for. And again, thanks to all of our speakers and to you, our audience, for helping us preserve the collective learning that is represented here for future generations. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I want to thank you all for coming, and particularly want to thank the Buffett Institute for putting this very, I hope, interesting but definitely topical conference on conflicts. So as Deborah said, I'm here on the faculty of Northwestern, teaching a couple of courses in international studies, but I came to Northwestern from 33 years in the State Department. And my last two assignments, I was exposed to a number of what we used to call frozen conflicts. We now want to say protracted conflicts, two in the Caucasus, and then, of course, the Western Balkans. So just so you know, that's where I come from on this. And, of course, I'm very interested in what's going on in Ukraine as well. So this panel will, I think, really kind of set the scene for the day, in that we want to talk about what are the kind of conditions that there need to be, both internally amongst the parties, the conflicting parties, and then also some of the external factors in the neighborhood of the conflict and in the international community. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to make short remarks, just like yesterday evening. Try to keep it to around 5 minutes, and so I will give you kind of a prompt then for your remarks. Let's set the scene and talk about what are some of the most important factors that can facilitate the mediation and eventually the resolution of a conflict. What are the basic building blocks, I guess, for a successful negotiation? And Ambassador Bigombe, we'll start with you. By the way, I didn't introduce them because all their information is in the booklet. So let's go right to the meat of the matter.
You have a microphone behind you, on your seat.
This one.
Well, actually, there should be one
This
on
one?
the chair, but
Yes.
I sat on it. Sorry.
Oh, it's already on.
yeah, it's automatic.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I thought you haven't had breakfast. Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank the Buffett Institute very much for inviting me for this very important symposium, and to be among such eminent personalities that have a very wide experience in mediation. My experience in mediation has been mainly in intrastate conflicts, but I've only had one experience in interstate conflict, and that was when President Carter, may his soul rest in peace, negotiated between Uganda and Sudan, and I was providing technical support, and that is when I got involved in interstate conflicts. I would say mediation has evolved a lot. It's now very advanced. A lot of issues are now taken into consideration. I remember when the late Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger talked about mediation, he said, well, when the parties, when the parties are not willing to move and implement and agree, push their hearts and souls, pull them by the balls, then their hearts
Jimmy
and
Carter
souls.
said that?
No, that was Henry Kissinger.
Oh, Henry Kissinger. Okay. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
So it's no longer forced mediation, because that you could term it that it was power mediation, not using conviction, rather convenience to mediate. In my experience, since I don't have much time, what I've found very, very critical is, at the beginning, is trust building. Trust building in the process, but more importantly, trust building in the mediator. I've seen many, many mediation break up because there's suspicion about the mediator. And not only that, there's deep-seated distrust among the parties. And therefore, at the outset, I think it's the foundation for probably one of the many for a successful mediation, that is building trust among the parties so that they can reach an agreement. It is not easy, because a situation where blood has been shed, where destruction has taken place, where people are traumatized, it is not easy to build that trust in. It's a slow, long process, but it is very critical for the process to continue successfully. The other thing which I thought is very important is capacity building, training of mediators. Oftentimes, mediators are not selected on the basis of their qualification or experience. It is loyalty. It is sometimes because somebody is very articulate. Sometimes somebody comes and bangs a table and they say, well, this is the person who can express our views. It does not work that way. So capacity in Africa, what I have seen mainly is usually they bring former heads of state who are good. They have the political clout, and usually it is political clout that matters, but they have no clue whatsoever about mediation. And I've seen that they're oftentimes, they are in a hurry they're hurried to succeed as soon as possible. And yet you're dealing with people who are very scarred. We are dealing with people who are traumatized. And you're telling them, especially in interstate conflict, that you can now start looking at one another as brothers and sisters. And yet yesterday you were strong enemies. So oftentimes, yes, you might reach an agreement, but it might not be sustainable. And I've seen this in the case of South Sudan, that it was done not out of conviction, but out of convenience. Because I remember this was 2018, when the mediation was taken to Khartoum, and we were locked into a room. And the president at the time simply said, well, we are not letting you out of this room until and unless you sign an agreement. Now, whose agreement was it? Who is going to benefit from it? You're forcing two people who have killed one another to go sign an agreement, sign a paper, so to speak, and go and start living one another. So, and in the process, we've had a lot of challenges in the implementation of the agreement. The other thing which I have seen is that there's a lot of emphasis usually in track one mediation. And it's, that's perfectly all right. However, there's so many other people to mediate with in the process. In my experience when I mediated the Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda, I realized I needed to mediate with ICC. ICC had indicted the rebel leaders, so it was important to negotiate with them. I realized that I needed to talk to or persuade President Bashir, who had given the rebels a safe haven and was supplying weapons, that how could the supply of weapons stop? I realized I needed to talk to the soldiers, government soldiers, who were profiteering from the war. It had become a business, and I'm seeing this in other countries. And therefore, how do you convince somebody who is making millions of bucks out of a conflict because they're getting commission, they're selling, there's total anarchy. So therefore, all kinds of businesses thrive. I needed to bring in the diaspora and spoilers. There are always spoilers involved. So it is not just confining yourselves in a nice hotel room, but reaching out to the different parties of the conflict. And that is how, when we talk about inclusivity, among other things are who are other interested parties in the conflict that must be involved, and so that they don't become spoilers. I've seen where, right now, the war in Myanmar, little groups are coming up simply because they want to see that when the war ends, since they're not involved, they also can be, they would be considered for the national cake. So inclusivity or consulting or involving other parties is important in mediation. I also noticed with mainly international mediation is projecticizing the mediation process. That somebody will come and say, funding is going to end in another 6 months, so you must hurry up and finish the project. Now, and of course, you might reach an agreement, but is this something that has been thoroughly worked on, that the parties to the conflict are convinced and ready to go and live with one another? The other thing is, what we now realize is important. We did some research, and with the help of United States Institute of Peace, is factoring in psychosocial support. Because most of the, especially the warring factions, a lot of them are emotionally drained when they come in to talk. And some of them have seen their loved ones killed. Some of them have lost whatever they have had in life. And dignity, living in dignity, has been taken away from them. I'm seeing what is happening in Gaza. And you're saying, talk peace, without really, and some of them are point of despondent. I'm going to wind up shortly. I see. And without helping them psychologically, so that, because as I said, they're despondent. They have lost all hope. And you're saying talk peace. So I think it is equally important for a successful process to factor in psychosocial support. Finally, one final one. I've seen peace agreements signed, and then people are brought in to implement. I've seen this in South Sudan. The authors of the agreement have left, and the people are trying to interpret what this clause actually means when it comes to implementation. And this delays the process. Negotiation starts again. So my recommendation always is mediators should remain during implementation to oversee, to supervise, to help interpret what clauses mean. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was an excellent examination of the whole panoply of challenges and pitfalls, and thank you very much. So, Ambassador Hill, you've got a lot of experience in the Western Balkans, and you had back-to-back conflicts that you were involved in there.
Just briefly, I was involved with Dayton, that would be good. I was involved with Rambouillet, that would be bad. And then I was involved with the North Korean nuclear issue, and that would be ugly. So I think I've been involved with a lot of these things. But first of all, I just want to say to the students here, first of all, thanks for showing up. I don't remember ever going to an 8:30 event when I went to college, so I congratulate you on that. Secondly, I assume you're here because you're interested in this subject. No Professor dragooned you to be here. And there's no more interesting subject in diplomacy than war termination or peace processes. Better yet, before the war starts, but that's often harder. So I would just encourage you, whether you go into government work or NGO work, and someone gives you a chance to work on one of these peacekeeping teams, grab it, because it's truly exhilarating. You learn a lot. You learn, you'll be in front of more senior people who will do things that, I remember, Holbrook just used to amaze me. I would think he's hardly paying attention. And then one time we had these agreed principles. And then he said, further agreed principles, we'll do that next week. And I said, what do you mean? Why don't we just put it all together? He said, first, they're going to understand the agreed principles, how we're going to give Bosnia its status, but how we're going to give each entity within Bosnia their rights. And then in further agreed principles, we're going to show how it all works together. So a real strategic concept of what he was doing. And I just didn't, I felt like an idiot when he had to explain it to me, and feeling like an idiot is part of the learning process, especially when you're in the presence of someone like Holbrook. So if you get a chance to do this, do it. And another little tip, if someone says, oh, can someone write up that meeting? Raise your hand and say, I'll write it up. Now, no one needs a 20-page paper, but they do need a one-pager that really accurately describes what some impromptu meeting may have been that you're sitting on the edge of. And the person says, can someone make a record of that? Just get your hand up and start doing that. Get used to writing fast. And that's, the 20-page papers, which you're all doing now, those are good. But the one-pagers, that's the page people are going to read. So get into a good kind of drafting mood. Beyond that, I just want to associate myself with just about everything Betty said. But the thing that I really liked was at the end, the issue of the implementers versus the architects. Well, this happens in building, where an architect builds a beautiful building or designs a beautiful building, and the builder goes, how in the world is that ever going to go together? So the idea of holding the architect hostage while the implementers try to figure out how to implement the agreement, I think is a very good one. And I know that, I remember Holbrook went on to other things, and he kept saying, well, what's wrong with these guys? This is very clear. No, it wasn't very clear. And so it's hard to do those two phases of things. When you design something and then when you actually make it work. And you do need a lot of overlap and a lot of cooperation. I mean, the implementers, they should not be complaining about the designers, because and vice versa. I mean, when you're designing this stuff, if you're a mediator, you're trying to get both sides to agree to something. And so as long as it's not inconsistent with, the overall values that you may be instilling in the process, the overall effort to, I don't know, join the European Union eventually, let's say. So you don't want it prejudicial against the overall things that you'd like to see. But, if Bosnians wanted to, if they wanted to call it the Grand Duchy of Bosnia and the Serbs were okay with that, boy, we'd be okay with that in a minute. But so you get these kind of weird things that you wouldn't have wanted, but if everyone's agreed to it, and if it doesn't tread on what you're trying to do, go for it. And so often the implementers say, well, why did they do this? And the answer is that was what people would agree to. So in the case of Bosnia, we had all these layers of, you had a Bosnian entity, you had an inner entity, you had entities themselves having their own parliaments. There were way too many layers of government, but that's what they could agree to. And so I've noticed in Bosnia in the 30 intervening years, a lot of people, why did they do this? Why did they create all this complicated structure? It wasn't our idea, it was the idea of the parties. So you have to embrace complexity. You have to embrace the fact that, as Betty said on a number of occasions, these people may be very emotional about issues, and you need to understand that. You need to have that empathy. You need to kind of get into their skin and understand what they're looking at, and try to see if there's a way through. And in trying to see whether there's a way through, you also have to have an idea in your head of what it is you think might possibly work. So what is the sort of North Star that you're heading to in terms of navigation? What is it that what are the concepts that you think ultimately have the best chance of being accepted and ultimately the best chance of being properly implemented? That's not easy. I mean, the tendency, you go to some issue and you say, oh my God, that's complicated. What are we going to do about that? And before you know it, you find yourself spending way too much time admiring the problem. And problems are not to be admired, they're to be resolved. So you've got to think of each problem as somehow having a solution. That's kind of an American concept, but of every problem has a solution, because it's not true. A lot of problems don't have solutions. So you may want to mix the metaphor, widen the aperture. You may want to say, okay, we can't solve that in and of itself, but maybe if we brought in these other issues, we could resolve that in the context of a broader issue. So you might want to say something about eventual European Union membership, because that will placate one of the sides who didn't want to go ahead with some kind of new layer of governance that you're insisting on, but you're saying this is the best way to get in the European Union. You might get some buy-in from them on that. So it's a hard thing to do. Betty mentioned the idea you get these very senior people coming in there, and I think, George Mitchell is an example of that. My own view, having soloed on a number of these projects, is what I really needed was clear instructions. I needed people like Condi Rice to say, this is what we're looking for. And there would be, it was funny, there would be these instructions for your negotiations. Don't ever let anyone else write the instructions. Make sure you write the instructions to yourself. Because if you let other people write them, they don't have the feel for the negotiation. They may not even, negotiate. It's not about words, it's about music. And so they may not have the tune, really. And so they're asking you to do things that just aren't going to get done or even addressed, and yet they're in your instructions. Write your own instructions. I remember once getting instructions saying, with dealing with North Korea, and by the way, there's no Stockholm syndrome with North Korea. To spend 5 minutes with them is awful. To spend 10 minutes is even worse. And you just got to pick them up and hug them. There's just nothing. But I remember getting instructions, thou shalt not toast a glass with the North Koreans. Well, anyone who spent 3 minutes in China knows that that's just not going to work. And can you imagine the sight of, the Russian, the Chinese, the Japanese, the South Korean all toasting, and you're sitting there with your arms folded because you've got these stupid instructions. So be careful about getting instructions that are not doable. And the best way to do that is to volunteer to write your own instructions. And I must say, Condi Rice, who is this very practical person, she understood that. Because I let that one go on the toasting. So it was in the final draft, and I said, you really want me, this is how you want the United States to look? And I yellow highlighted the thing. Is this really what you want us to do? She looks at it. She says, no, obviously. I said, well, I can't get, it was some neoconish bureau that, I guess it was SP at the time, policy planning, that had put it in. I said, well, you're going to have to talk to those guys. She said, don't let that happen again. You write this stuff on your own. So you try to make sure that you've got the relationships. If you don't have the wasta of your own, you've got to have some real backers behind you. And I had, in the case of Korea, I had President Bush, who had terrible things going on in Iraq and Afghanistan, and wanted to calm down the Korea nuclear issue. Earlier in the in Rambouillet, I had Secretary Albright, who wanted this to succeed, but President Clinton, who wanted it to succeed. So make sure you have those relationships. Make sure you've picked a good team, and make sure everybody's capable, everyone's fast and adroit. Being fast is so important in this business. Getting stuff done really quickly and stealing a march on the other guys. When the American delegation was, oh, we'll do that. We can design that. We'll have it by 6 a.m, if that's okay. And then some poor person is working all night, but everyone's so charged with adrenaline. At that point, it doesn't really matter. I mean, Holbrooke would call us in Dayton around, 11 o'clock at night, and we'd have a meeting. And I remember thinking, this is crazy. I hadn't slept in 3 days, or, just cat naps. And then you realize, well, but that's why I'm here. I mean, this is the greatest experience. And one time I we were meeting I had my team, and we were meeting the North Koreans in, I think it was Berlin, and Holbrooke happened to be there, and he hadn't met any of my team, and I said, could you address these guys? Just give them, so I had about 6 people there, and Holbrooke came, and Holbrooke died a few years after that, but I remember he came and he addressed these young Foreign Service officers, and he said, I want you, and he didn't know them, never met them. He knew what the issues were. And he said, I want you to remember every moment of this, because chances are you'll never have this experience again. So you need to embrace this experience. You need to love it. And you need to understand that if you succeed, you've really done something great for the world. So go ahead and do it. And if Chris is a pain in the neck, deal with it. So that's it.
Thanks. That was great. I really wish I had asked you to talk to my class, because I think you gave some very, very good recommendations on the necessity for being able to write succinctly, one page. You can't get Washington's attention if it goes over one page, and the need to take the pen, especially for writing your own instructions. What's that?
Did Holbrooke say that too? It was me.
It's you, yeah. Well, maybe you're channeling Dick Holbrooke.
Because don't. The best way you can be relevant, even no matter how junior you are. I mean, I moved up a lot in the Holbrooke structure because I grabbed the pen wherever I could. And then you think, oh, there's no way you have the energy for that. And then you realize the more you do this, your adrenaline is constantly, I mean, it's you don't need drugs, you just need, a lot of water, and you can just keep doing it. So it's a great opportunity. And, what's the old line? I'll rest when I'm dead. I mean, that kind of thing. So.
Yeah, just one little anecdote. So we have something called the Foreign Service exam, and if you make it to the last stage, it's an all-day assessment. The most important part is a group exercise, and I don't know if they still do this, but the first time I took it, they have a piece of paper in the middle and a pen. There's like 5 of you, and that first time, I noticed that somebody said, if you don't mind, I'll take the pen and I'll take notes for everybody. I didn't pass. So the second time, I did it. I said, I'm taking the pen and I'm taking notes, and I passed. So I don't know if that was the reason I passed, but certainly there's some empirical data there. So thanks, Chris. Tor, you are coming out of 20-some years of working on what is arguably the world's most intractable conflict in the Middle East. And you have seen a number of negotiations that made progress, and then negotiations that never took place because of the intractability of the conflict. So I'd like to ask you to talk about what are some of the things that help facilitate a resolution.
Thank you, and first thanks to Northwest and to Buffett Institute for inviting. I'm very honored to be a part of this exercise. I mean, if you work on this conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict for 27 years, you're either dumb or you're very stubborn. And I'm pretty stubborn. And there is something, if you look at the history of what has been done, in a way, my fellow and very good friend, Terje Larsen, when he resigned from the UN Special Envoy, he was the first one, he made a book of all the agreements and relevant documents that had been produced up until early 2000. That is 1,000 pages. And the point is that the most comprehensive frameworks and agreements were made in the beginning, when trust was there and people actually had an ambition to resolve the conflict. When that stopped, there were no more agreements. And where you end up is a third derivative of what was the ambition when the whole thing started. And the third derivative is simple, it may be ugly, and it's definitely unsuccessful. So I've been doing this travel through the Middle East peace process, ending up my career as the special envoy of the UN to the Middle East conflict. And I remember the first day in office. It was 18 January 21. I got a phone call in the middle of the COVID thing at a hotel in Jerusalem from the Secretary General, and he basically said the following: Tor, I do not expect you to resolve this conflict, but I ask you to do one thing: prevent escalation. Whatever you do, stop anything before it gets too serious. Because if it gets too serious, it gets out of hand, and a huge number of people will die, and all the principles of this organization will be broken. So that was a fairly salty advice to start up on a file that I knew pretty well. I knew the actors very well. And I'm a small country diplomat by education and experience. So you know how to not oversell whatever you're doing, but you have to adapt to the realities and be smart and move fast. But there is one thing you have to be when you come from a small country, dealing with a conflict that normally the country you represent should not deal with at all. Then you have to be smarter. you really have to be the best kid in town, and you need to know the history of the agreements, the resolutions passed in the Security Council, how it was prepared and how it was passed, and then you need to have an idea on how to do it better, whether you succeed or not. There is an advice when you get into this diplomatic service. You have to find the guys who can teach you something that is smart. And then you go for the best guys. And my most shocking experience dealing with this file was when I was thrown without any warning into the team of Tony Blair when he became the quartet representative to the Middle East peace process. The guy was coming straight out of number 10. He was used to be the master of British politics, whatever it was. He was a player. He was used to have a staff of 200 people that could cater for him at any point in time. And he was setting up a team of 7 diplomats. And I was one of them. But he thought he was still in number 10. I mean, we worked ourselves into pieces because Tony Blair had no significant deep knowledge about the Middle East peace process, but he had a lot of knowledge about game playing in international politics. So he was a master in setting up things that we otherwise, without his capacity, would never have been near to doing. And one of the things I was dealing with under his kind of advice was after the second Intifada to get rid of all the checkpoints at the West Bank. And you know, if you do that, you don't go to the UN for advice because they would ask you to deal with 500. And I found 12 or 11 of them at the West Bank, and we took them away in a late night negotiations, and we reconnected the West Bank, which is now disconnected again. So a lot of what we have been doing has worked, and then suddenly it didn't work anymore. And the history of my involvement in this field is a history of short-term improvements that turned into really a bad trajectory. And I give you some examples on how that can work. The first war I was asked to stop was the war in 2008 in Gaza, the CAS-led, to get that off-ramped after the Israelis have been building up that one for 3 or 4 months, throwing out all the internationals from Gaza and all the rest of it. And on the day before Christmas Eve, my foreign minister called me and said, "Tor, can you please go into Gaza and stop this bloody war? Whatever you can do to fix that is good. Good luck." So I went in and I was sitting knowing very well the context. The context was the inauguration of Obama. I knew exactly when that would happen, so I started to count the days. And my objective was that if you had an escalation, for God's sake, keep it as brief as possible. So there was a willingness from the Israeli side to what they call cut the head of the snake. Well, that was not what they were after. They were after kind of having a temporary signal given to Hamas, who had taken over the responsibility of Gaza, but not necessarily running this down the line. I knew that no one on the Israeli side would dare to run a war in Gaza on the day of inauguration of Obama. So I tried to prevent it from starting. So in my talks with the Hamas leadership at the time, I asked them to make a very nasty calculation of the difference between having a full-fledged conflict and the effect of that, both for Hamas themselves, but also for the population. And I asked them how much they could take. Well, the problem I had in this very late night talk, that obviously became totally unsuccessful, was actually that the guy I talked to, the Israelis had tried to kill twice. They had wounded his wife, and they've killed one of his sons. So it was not a good point of departure for someone to be restrained. But nevertheless, I tried to do that. And at the end of it, I was more or less thrown out of the house, being accused for being an American agent, whether you believe it or not. But what we ended up with was a provocation that led to a war, and we had 1,400 people being killed and some 3,000 being wounded. Then I learned how it is not to succeed. And you say, that is no fun. But if you can't take that, find something else to do as a diplomat. Because if you succeed, the benefit is by far higher. Okay. So then I'm going to move to something else, just to kind of tell you the difference by failure and success. When I came to Jerusalem for the UN, the day before arrival, President Abbas declared the election to be held in the end of May the same year, 21. And I thought we were into something very, very interesting. I thought we actually were into something that could fundamentally change the possibility of having an aligned national strategy on the Palestinian side that we could use as UN with the new American administration to get some traction into the talks and actually apply the influence of UN in a way where we could get back to something that looked like talks. Well, when Abbas decided to cancel the elections, Hamas took over the game immediately, and it was just before Ramadan, so they declared themselves as the protector of the holy sites. And they started to do that by sending rockets. And very quickly, we were into a full escalation. I was at the time sitting in the mountains in Norway, knowing that this would go very bad. So what we did, we started on day one of the conflict to have very serious contacts with the Israelis and with the Hamas leadership to see how long they were willing to continue the fight. So, you know, in the beginning of any conflict in Gaza, both sides are willing to go all the way, and there is no compromise available whatsoever. There's stonewall to continue. Whatever they need to do and consider necessary to do, they will do. So the important thing in such a situation, by talking very seriously, and I mean, we had 1 hour of phone calls I had with both sides every day. And I knew the two people I was dealing with. It was Hania, who I dealt with in Doha, and it was the national security advisor for Bibi Netanyahu, who I had met many times. So when you have met these guys, you can somehow understand from the tone of the conversation whether they're starting to have it. when is it that the line of continuation will crack? And then that is, in a way, guts based on experience. So the moment you come to this point where you sense, okay, these guys may actually want to have an off-ramp, then you have to act very quickly and superbly decisively. So the first thing I did in that situation was I jumped on a plane, I went to Jerusalem, and we went straight to Doha to sit with the Hamas leadership. But in doing that, I was in direct contact many times a day with Brett McGurk, who was sitting dealing with the conflict in the White House and in Washington. So what we basically tried to do was not to make a ceasefire, but the kind of concept of end of hostility to buy necessary time to go into the details slightly later. So it lasted for 11 days. And on day 10, I got a phone call in Doha from Brett saying, Tor, are we going to draft up a ceasefire agreement? And I said, for God's sake, don't draft anything. Because if we start drafting, the guys will kind of go on into the system. They will start a seminar in their own backyard. It will protect the whole thing. There will be new elements coming into the whole shit. So better to do nothing, but to find a way of stopping it. And I know it's very different from what was said here yesterday, because the conflict and the context is so different. So it was about getting the whole thing off-ramped. Well, to off-ramp a frozen conflict where there is absolutely zero confidence between the parties has its pitfalls. The pitfall is that when you do agree on a timing, because it's a point in time that you agree to stop all hostility. When you have agreed that, you can rest assured that something will happen. And it did. Waiting for the final confirmation from the Israeli side, from the National Security Advisor, I'm getting a phone call from someone else in the Israeli system saying, we have proof that Hamas is taking out their long-range rockets in high numbers that are able to reach Haifa and all urban areas in Israel. Then I said, what have you been doing on your side? I said, no, not too much, actually, but we have sent out a knock-knock to several high-level buildings in the middle of the night in Gaza, so we are prepared to bomb them flat. Then I said, guys, hold on, give me a little bit of time to stop the craziness, and I'll get back to you. So I'm calling the Hamas leadership, and I said, what are you doing with your long-range rockets? I have some reports that you have taken them out of the basement. Is that correct? And they said, yeah, you know, we can never trust the Israelis. They will come up with something at the very end, and they will blow the hat off whatever we have agreed. So I said, I'd come to your place, and can you do me one favor? In 45 minutes, I will be there, but can you please, in the meantime, start putting your hardware back down in the basement? Because if you don't do it, you will be hit very hard. And those you know in Gaza will not be with us anymore. So we're coming out, And Haniye and Abu Masuk is coming out from the headquarters saying, Tur, everything is fine. We have put them down in the basement. Thank you for telling us. But have you told the Israelis to stop their actions? So we had went back and forth for a couple of hours, and then we went back to the hotel. Given it was in the middle of the pandemic, we had to buy 3 small beers down in the reception of the hotel in Doha. And we were sitting counting the hours until the time of ending of hostility ticked in. And it worked. I am sure that if we at that point had gone for something more, something very ambitious, we would have failed. It is not the question of getting back to talks, getting back to peace, but it's clearly trying to follow up the line from the Secretary General of preventing a complete disaster. So we had a couple of more of these things, taking us almost all the way up to 7 October. 2 weeks before 7 October, we had a massive mobilization inside Gaza towards the wall, caused by the fact that the Qataris didn't want to pay money directly to Hamas anymore, and they reduced their funding down to a minimum. We managed to resolve that issue and kind of dilute the tension and get Gaza to work again and their people going to work in Israel. I was so sure that I had fixed it, so I went back to Oslo, and the day of 7 October, I had 50 incoming phone calls, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I knew immediately that this one was not a quick fix. And that's where we are. So, if you're gonna go into this diplomacy of peacemaking, you have to be prepared for failure, and you have to be well prepared to handle it. Because if you're out of balance, you have to find yourself something else to do as a diplomat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tor. You know, I'd like to pick up on a couple of things that you said there, especially about this, knowing when the golden moment comes, when you can actually get the people to sit down and talk, to recalculate that maybe the way forward is not military force, it can be negotiations. I think there's kind of a conventional wisdom, especially in the U.S. now, with Ukraine, that once the S word is used in the conflict, stalemate. There was a Ukrainian general, as Bill Taylor knows very well, who used that word with the international media, and that actually led to some kind of momentum for talks. Is that a precondition for bringing the sides to making that kind of calculation, that they gain more from talking, or are there other incentives or disincentives that can get them to the table? And I'll start with you, Betty.
Yes. Oh, I thought you were asking.
I know. I just wanted to follow up on Tor's.
Let me.
Oh, you need to just take mine.
Yeah. No. I'm suggesting I come in a little later.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, it depends a little bit on the character, on how the whole thing started, and the ambitions for how long it's gonna last. I can assure you, because it has been my life as a small country diplomat, to be able to have contacts with everybody in a conflict, and I've had contact with absolutely everyone in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the Palestinian side and on the Israeli side, so I know them. But there are some of them, on both sides, that are very unpredictable entities. And one of the most complicated guys I have been dealing with is actually Yahya Sinwar. And if you have very unpredictable guys sitting on the very top of the pyramid of decision making, you never know what will happen. You never know fully what their ambition is. And I think Betty knows a lot of exactly the same thing from her experience with the Lord's resistance movement. So you may succeed in something that works once and that fails miserably next time. And we all failed miserably after 7 October, partly not to prevent it, partly not to foresee what was coming. But the overarching point of all this is that if you have a frozen conflict and you don't address the key elements in that conflict with a view to resolve it, it will very quickly or very slowly degenerate into something that is completely uncontrollable. And that is a mechanism we have seen after 7 October that started in Gaza and became regional. And this is superbly dangerous because the complications of getting that off-ramped becomes exponentially more difficult for any diplomat to deal with, as we have seen very clearly.
Thank you, Tor. Chris, do you want to comment?
Succinctly, go ahead. What is the question you want to pose then?
Is it a necessary precondition
Yeah.
to get the parties to abandon the military route, the conflict route,
Yeah.
and take up negotiations?
Yeah. The trouble with that is the answer is probably no. And I mean, they're going to say no to abandoning a military option. What you have to do is set out known consequences. And you have to say, if you do this, we're going to do that. And they need to understand that if they do that, it's a real game changer, and one would hope a bad changer for them. Now, this bleeds in, so to speak, to the other dilemma a negotiator often has. When do you call in someone from the Capitol? And, when do you get, the Secretary of State to make a call, or, the President? Opinions vary on this. I tried to keep them out of it because I didn't want a situation where people were saying, well, we'll just say no and wait for a call from the President, and then we can say we talked to the President. I just think it's a bad dynamic. The second thing is you don't want to get these calls, have, someone in Washington say, well, I'll get the President to call them, knowing that it might not work, and then you've kind of set up a senior official for failure. But it might even be worse if you set them up to succeed because they get excited. Oh, you want to call again? And no, I really don't want that. And before you know it, you start losing control of the process. So, for the issue of an outbreak of violence, that's a very fundamental issue that will torpedo the negotiations. So that's the kind of thing where you might say, hey, this is where we are. And then you try to say to, in my case, Washington, not sure this is going to work. But you not only owe it to them to tell them what's going on, you owe it to them to suggest a plan to get to success. But it's hard, and I'm always quoting Holbrook because I mentioned yesterday, is my mentor and my tormentor. I just love the guy. And, I mean, pain in the neck, by the way. But he once said to me, the only thing worse than not having any guidance is having guidance. So, be careful what you ask for, because it could really tie your hands. So those issues come up. And, as Tor was saying, though, these you can, if these people are bent on fighting, it's hard to tell them not to. It really is, unless you've got some real clout that you can say, you do this, and then you're going to regret it. And then you got to be willing to go through with it. And the problem I'd find in Washington is when you try to do those things, someone would say, well, we'll have a principals committee meeting. I think we've got time next Tuesday. That's not going to work next Tuesday. So, so you get into, you're basically inviting the Washington into the fray, and you're going to regret it. There's just one other thing that came up during Tor's discussion, which is I really think you've really got to be open-minded and ask a lot of people, what do you think is going to work? And you should do I'd have meetings with my team, and I'd see someone sort of, being quiet. I go, well, what do you think, Fred? And, you never know where you're going to get some good ideas. But I always remember Holbrook met some guy, I won't say what ethnicity, but I think he was a plastic surgeon from California. And he was telling him everything he had to do in Dayton. And you go, what the heck does a plastic surgeon from California know anything? He didn't know anything. And I remember, I'm now going to quote myself. I said to Holbrook, I said, Dick, the difference between you and me is when I see a not very nice person, I used another term for that, I see a not very nice person. And when you see a not very nice person, you see an opportunity. And he's right about that. You just, ideas come from strange places.
So, so Betty, what convinced, or what ultimately led Joseph Comey and the Lord's disciples to come to the table with you and start finagling towards an agreement?
Yeah. Well, let me go back to your first question before I answer that. One of the speakers, I forget who it was, that yesterday said that process design is critical. Yes, I do agree with that. But there's so many external forces that you must be very flexible when you design the process, because there's so many external factors that usually come in and can easily get the process into a stalemate and nothing moves. Let me bring in the case of South Sudan, where I was part of the mediation team. We reached a stalemate, and none of the parties was budging. And what two of us resorted to was to backdoor negotiation. What we've realized later was that President Salva Kiir, who is still president today and in government, knew what to do, but he was being held a hostage or besieged by the hardliners, who kept on telling him, we are in government, we must follow this line, this is how we are going to go. So realize that usually in such processes, maybe sitting around the table is not going to resolve the problem easily. It is backdoor that you can convince the parties. But the most important thing in this was, what is there for them? Is their interest protected? Because this is the most important question. If I give in, how am I going to explain to my constituency? How am I going to convince them? what is there, what kind of incentives are you going to give him so that he can take this position as opposed to the other position that that the other faction does not want. So I thought I would mention that also backdoor negotiation where you pull out the main character and probably try to convince him and take them away from the hardliners so that you and you must be very clear about the incentives, what there is for them to benefit from that. Yeah. Coming back to the Lord's Resistance Army, what did I do to get them to agree to a negotiated settlement? I always say it was a process. I said right at the beginning, building trust. It was not something that, because when I first went in, I was using inflammatory language. I was saying this is a senseless war. It must stop. And people simply listened, but laughed at me because they knew my message was not being appreciated or nobody. It wasn't sinking in. So it was taking a step back, reflecting that maybe I should change my approach and be a better listener than lecturing to people what good things are. And to a point that I said, open up. You can call me names, you can abuse anybody, but I want you to be part of the process. And in the process, in the process of, it was lots of meetings with different stakeholders and convincing them. And it was they, in turn, who managed to convince the Lord's Resistance Army that I was genuine about what was going on. Of course, there were risks that were taken. And like I said, it's not something that happened overnight. It took a long time convincing people who in turn would convince him. Because at the time, there was a lot of opposition to the government. And therefore, to just get people who could understand, they wanted war because they had lost the glory they had before. There had been, I talked about losing dignity. They had been humiliated in the process. They had lost jobs. They had lost whatever they had. And therefore, let the war continue. One day we will win and we will recapture our glory and the life and dignity. So there was a lot of support. Mine initially was a very lonely voice until later that I was able to convince the people who in turn, and I'm talking about the grassroots. Oftentimes we ignore them. Those are the parents of the fighters. It's not the elite whose children are in America, Europe, to have education, but it is the grassroots. I was in Nigeria last year or the year before, and people were being rounded up for being agents or being mothers or brothers or sisters to the Boko Haram. But I said, but these are the very people, if you can convince them, they're the ones who will go and convince the fighters to listen to voice of sanity. And oftentimes we don't do that. We think they are agents and treat them badly. So it was that approach, softening my stance, changing my language, and I talked two things I found a virtue to the process: patience and being a good listener rather than being a preacher. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising the importance of the pressure from below, the importance of listening to the voices of families who've been affected by the war. I know that in Russia, one of the most effective agents of change were the mothers of soldiers during the war in Chechnya. They had a lot of influence on getting Boris Yeltsin to stop the war in Chechnya. So at this point, I think I'd like to open up the discussion to the audience. If you have any questions, we have a couple of people who have microphones. If you want to raise your hand, if you have a question, and we'll start with you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Liana and I come from Cyprus, which is a country in conflict. And with what Betty just mentioned, my experience is that often society itself is like the biggest hardliner. So I'm wondering, how can you involve society within the peace talks, but also outside of the peace talks, so that they're ready when the peace talks comes? Because when they're so traumatized, often they find comfort in the status quo and they think it's easier to stay in conflict than to agree to any agreements. Thank you.
Chris, do you want to take that? Yeah, I'll another Holbrook.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, you know, it's the issue of public diplomacy, and I found in most of what I did over the course of my career was that very little of it is classified, and most of it is something that can be said. So with certain rules, I think it's very important to explain to the media what it is you're trying to accomplish. And if you have you know, I mentioned earlier that North Star that you're heading for, if you have a concept of how you would like to see the situation end up, you kind of describe that so people start absorbing the concept that it's not a winner-take-all game. It's going to be a give and take from different sides. And once they understand that's the goal, some people, you know, you'll get detractors in public space saying, well, why are we doing that? You know, but I think it's very important to be honest with people. And then they start saying, well, if we allow, you know, this area to be occupied by those guys, what's going to happen to our people? You know, there can be a public discussion, but if you just keep it in secret, they don't know really what you're talking about, what you're doing, and people get kind of worried about that, and that kind of increases tension. So I think it's very useful to explain what the purpose of the negotiations are. And I must say, in a number of places, people think it's a winner-take-all. They think, oh, he'll take care of our interests. Well, no, take care of some of your interests, but this will be an iterative, negotiated process. And the sooner the public gets used to that, the sooner it's ready to accept something that is, as we say, half a loaf. They're not going to get the whole thing. They're going to get things that you know, might be important to them. And by the way, in this sort of crowdsourcing of negotiating aims, you get a sense of what's really important to side A versus what's important to side B. So something may be important to side A, and side B doesn't really care that much. So you've got to understand the relative importance of issues. And the more you talk about it, the more that'll come out. And so when you give side A something that side B doesn't mind giving up, then you find something on the other side. So you know, you're kind of assigning sort of arbitrage, you know, values, and you're able to get both sides to agree to things because they've gotten things that they really wanted and given up things that they didn't really care about. So you've got to really stay absolutely engaged on these issues, talk a lot to people, but make sure the public understands what's really happening and what's not happening.
Tor, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, just briefly on it. I mean, if you are in the position of being a mediator and the conflict is growing, it's very important that the mediator is having a voice of intention, exactly as Chris said. Because if not, the narratives are left for the two parties in the conflict. And these narratives is mutually excluding. And you end up, instead of putting something sensible on the table, you end up with a huge divide of opinions, and you kind of revert to interpretation on what is going on. So if you don't take the middle ground in describing a conflict and then describing a possible off-ramp, then you leave it to parties and it will escalate. Gaza is a very classical example on how it works if you are not able to insert an off-ramp. And we have not, and that was why I've said many times that diplomacy failed, because we didn't manage to put that narrative in the middle. I tried to do that in the Security Council repeatedly. The Council took the narrative, but the force of the two parties' interpretation of what was going on was too strong. And we end up in what is now a humanitarian and legally a nightmarish situation where we really lose the grip on everything. And the cataclysmic situation we are now seeing unfolding on the ground is partly a result of the two sides' willingness to continue, but it's also the fiasco of the international community to insert themselves in the middle and start building up a different narrative. It's very important what you're saying, because now there is about 200,000 people in Gaza between 18 and 30 that has had their families taken away in this war, and they will never forget it. And it will last for a long time, and it will be a common problem for all of us.
Betty, did you have any, well, we're talking about track 2 diplomacy here, basically. Were there any kind of mechanisms or groups who were talking across the line between northern Uganda and the rest of Uganda, stakeholders and other NGOs?
Yes, indeed. Civil society played a big role in the process. Religious leaders played an important role in it. And then women's group, usually they're very effective. I mean, I've seen women who don't have anything to put on the table. They sacrifice whatever time they have. Well, they have all these shows of supplementing what is being given to them by World Food Program, when they're nursing the sick, when they have all, and some of them go out into the field to supplement what is given to by World Food Program. In the process, they get blown up by landmines. In the process, they get gang raped. So it is very important to involve women's group because they do not want to see their children die. Not that fathers want to see their children killed or die, but there is that, usually I say, that emotions that is displayed by women that actually works in the favor of, bringing about peace, as opposed to just talking tough. So yes, we must, and cultural leaders in some cases, and I usually advocate for hybrid of different players. The international community's role is very critical because they don't have any interest. And the warring factions usually believe in it because they do realize that the world now knows that they have war going on and the world is trying to help them. So the role is important. But don't ignore the civil society, the religious leaders, the cultural leaders in some cases. If, for example, I keep bringing the case of South Sudan, they're still highly listened to. They still have a lot of influence, and consequently, involving them to play some role is important. Just like I said about religious leaders, they also are very influential, especially in reconciling the fractured communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So other questions? Yes, in the back?
Hi, John DeBlasio with DT Institute. I had a request for Ambassador Hill. You could talk a little bit about the conflict economy in Bosnia after Dayton and how you were able to look at the checkpoints and how they were sticky in the diffusing of the economics of the conflict. But then for the group, I had a question of the Track 2 dialogues, and if you could help us understand how a good Track 2 dialogue is structured, and perhaps give some examples of Track 2 dialogues that have been helpful. I know you answered that, Betty, with the LRA example there, but maybe just a level down as to how organizations can structure Track 2 dialogues, how important advocacy is and champions are for it, because we look to try to participate in Track 2 dialogues, and they're a little hit or miss.
I'll take the first issue about the checkpoints. One of the pleasant surprises of Dayton, and there aren't very many of them, but we expected there would be a tendency to, there are two entities, the Federation and the Serbian entity, and we were expecting a lot of checkpoints, and the challenge would be in part of the annex, that is the freedom of movement annex. We thought that would be the real challenge. I always remember the British General Rupert Smith, who famously said to us that every kid in the Balkans grows up wishing to run his own checkpoint. So given that sort of national ambition, we expected that to be a big problem. In fact, some of the first technology that later became what we all have on our maps and on our iPhone, where we were flying, where we had various drones mapping out the territory. So we were looking at mountaintops, valleys, as if it was a foreign country, as if there were going to be two different countries, in anticipation of this problem. And then we get to the actual situation, and people were actually not interested in checkpoints. You go to Bosnia right now with all its millions of problems, and there are no checkpoints between the Serb and the Federation entities. Part of it was the desire to rekindle old economic relationships. Now, even during the war, there was a lot of stuff, weird stuff, like Croats selling 155 shells to Serbs, who would then turn around and use the artillery against sometimes Croat, but often Bosniak lines. So there was a lot of this kind of war profiteering. And so, to our pleasant surprise, that kind of became a peacetime activity. I remember the first time I met Dodik, I thought to myself, well, maybe we've seen our last war criminal, but now we've seen our first peace criminal, because a lot of this kind of trade stuff was beginning to flourish because of simply having peace. So, so the checkpoints and the dividing of the country didn't prove to be the real problem. There are many real problems in Bosnia for which we really don't have time right now. But I can tell you, though, as someone who was there in the beginning, the problems were not created at the Dayton Peace Accords. They were created by people who simply are not willing to live together and to allow parties to be formed on issues rather than identities. So that continues to be the issue, and there's no question Bosnia needs a refresh button. But how we do that, you have to be careful not to destroy something that has worked. And by the way, for all the frustrations of dealing in Bosnia, no one's getting killed there. And so you have to always bear that in mind before you start taking something apart, because some civil society, by the way, civil society was not always helpful in this. They were kind of uncivil society at times. A lot of tattletaling on the negotiators, and you're always kind of defending your reputation with people who barely know you. So I had some problems with that, but overall, I think there needs to be a real second movement to push for something better than Bosnia has. Bosnia is a serious piece of real estate, and they've had a serious economy there, and there's no reason why that can't be rekindled, especially if we pay some attention to it. And just as a final note, one of the problems with civil society, with NGOs and governments too, is they think, okay, that problem's over, we're going to the next one. And the follow-up, the implementation, the adrenaline, I mentioned adrenaline a lot in that, in the context of the negotiations. Implementation doesn't come with its own adrenaline. You just need really dedicated people who are willing to stick with it and understand why it's important and get other people to understand why it's important. So I don't know if that answers your question, John, but it's Bosnia can do a lot better economically, and there needs to be an understanding that enough of this politics.
So we're down to about 5 minutes, but Tor, if you...
Yeah, just very briefly,
quick
I
comment.
just want to remind that the Oslo process started as a track 2 in a research institute. That was number one. And secondly, the track 2 involvement from civil society was the ones that led to the approach towards the factions on the Palestinian side, being that Hamas and PRJ. And then the governments came after. So it's very important. When it comes to civil society role, be aware of one thing. They will always run after where the money is. They're totally driven by the need for financial resources. And if they don't succeed in that, they're worthless.
I thought I was making cynical comments, but wow, okay.
No, come on, I've been a part of civil society. I know how to run after money.
So we have time for, we'll make it 2 questions, very briefly. We only have 4 minutes. Olga, we'll start with you, and then you, sir. Very quick, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Olga Kamenchuk. I'm an associate research professor here at Northwestern University, actually teaching negotiation. So I wish my students could do that, attend it. It's a fantastic event. My question is to Ambassador Hill. And it was very interesting to hear your accounts and your experiences with the process of negotiation. So Your Excellency, I would like to hear some of your maybe experiences and advice in this case. So you rightly pointed out that during the negotiations, it's extremely important to take notes, keep agenda, because it helps you control the process. Especially probably it's useful in the cases of lower power, higher power, participants in negotiation, which maybe doesn't refer that much for United States because the problem of power is not really that big of a problem for it. Nevertheless, this works great with the single tax negotiations, but what if we deal with situations when 2 parties are taking notes, and those are not collaborative negotiations, but competing, distributive, zero-sum game, which often happens. What do we do in this case? Because this would then feed the tensions. Have you experienced this, and what have you done in that case?
I'm sorry, when 2 parties are taking different notes of...
Yes, competing notes and see different vision, and that's what they try to push as the reflection of what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, different parties will have their own narratives, no question. I wouldn't put too much of an emphasis on who took the notes in that case. But you're absolutely right, people have a different narrative. And, take Rambouillet, for example. Basically, the Serbs said Kosovo is historically Serbia. There's some justification for this. This is not some specious argument, but the Albanians said, hey, it's 90% Albanian here. No way can we live under Belgrade. Got it. So the idea in Rambouillet was to recreate autonomy but it would be an autonomy for Kosovo such that it would not be under Belgrade. They would have their own capacity to make their own laws, et cetera. We put in a lot of safeguards for the minority, but it was never enough for the Albanian side. They wanted Rambouillet to create the birth of a new country. And the problem with that is that could not be reconciled with the Serbian position. So ultimately, of course, we get into this air action, and I really tire of the idea that, well, only military intervention solve. You know, a military intervention is not a lot of fun. I mean, the idea of saying, all right, we're going to prevent Serbs from creating, ethnic cleansing. A lot of ethnic cleansing in Bosnia, a very different dynamic in Kosovo. And so many people took this shortcut to thinking Kosovo is just Bosnia, the sequel. It was not. But anyway, you end up bombing for 77 days all over the place, up in Vojvodina, hitting Serbian refineries up in Vojvodina on the sort of specious idea that will prevent them from carrying out ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. So not a happy day, and we were kind of lucky, frankly, that it finally ended, and we basically got a NATO force in there to manage the place. But we have not reconciled the central question of whether Kosovo and Serbia can agree on something. More recently, this is 25 years later. I mean, this would be like talking about World War II ending in 1945 and we're in 1970. But we're still talking about like it's 1999. And so the idea was to say let's just have a normalization of the border. Gradually, the Serbs will come to understand that is a border, and normalization will mean Serbian institutions can continue to function. There'll be an association of Serbian municipalities in the north, and that ultimately, at a certain point, everyone agrees this is fine, and so Serbia will, quote, recognize Kosovo. They're not ready for it right now. And I don't think the role of international mediators is to jam down the throat of one side on the basis of sins that were committed in 1999. It's just not a way to go. You've got to find out a way that these two places, Serbia and Kosovo, can work together, and that you can kind of reattach the sinews of what John was talking about earlier in Bosnia, that kind of thing where you're trying to get economies that function, et cetera. But we are not, the international community should not be there to say, Kosovo, you have a historic right to have this as an independent country, because on the other hand, the Serbs demand a historic right that this is Serbia. So you've just got to kind of fudge that, and the way we fudged it was to talk about autonomy and ultimately talk about normalization, but not recognition. And I'm very sorry to report to you, the Kosovo side, they come to the table and all they talk about is Serbia needs to recognize. If you want someone to recognize you, don't call them war criminals. Just doesn't work very effectively. And if you want their recognition should come not out of some guilt complex that their parents had supposedly committed, but rather because they see the value of recognizing the country. This idea, the international community has to take sides and clobber some entity that isn't doing what we want them to do because the other side wants us to do it. It's not going to work.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
This has been absolutely fantastic. I wish we could have continued the discussion. Well, actually, we can. We've got a coffee break. I hope those of you who couldn't ask questions will take advantage of the coffee break to mingle. And let's just have a round of applause for this fascinating panel. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. Welcome to our second panel of the day on designing the process. My name is Dan Kirkmerrick. I'm a political science professor here at Northwestern. And I'm very pleased to be joined by three panelists, Sergio, Barney, and Claire, who is joining us remotely due to some travel issues. So we're excited to have all three of you here. In terms of format, this will be roughly similar to the last panel. Our panelists will all begin with a very brief 5-minute maximum opening statement with a few big picture themes on designing peace processes. I'll have a series of questions and informal discussion with our three panelists, and then we will open it back up to everyone for Q&A. So Claire, since you are joining remotely, would you please start us off with your opening statement?
Sure. Well, hello, everybody. And hi, Sergio and Bonnie. I'm so sorry that I can't be sitting next to you there. Hopefully catch up with you soon. And hello to everybody in the room. So, I mean, I was actually quite moved by something that Tor said in his statement, when he said that the job of a mediator or anybody supporting peace processes is often just to stop things from getting worse, and that we should be prepared for failure. And I grew up on the inside of a conflict, and I know very well from personal experience the paralysis that affects conflict parties, the paralysis of hopelessness, particularly on really intractable conflicts, such as the Arab-Israeli conflict, which is my family background. And I've often thought of process design or processes as like, there was a film I saw years ago when they showed the discovery of the drug that cured Parkinson's and the slow coming to life of the people who had been given that drug. And processes, to me, are a little bit like that you go into a state of often paralysis. I mean, it's hard to think of conflicts as paralysis because they are so violent, so many of them, but there is a kind of paralysis that's in there. And processes are that slow awakening with all of the setbacks and anxieties and difficulties and challenges that kind of awakening bring. Often as well, they are the first time that conflict parties will actually do anything constructive together. So the first negotiation, if you like, is about how you are going to negotiate. And it's a negotiation that a lot of people don't actually really want to have. It will tell you a lot, and it has told me in the conflicts that I worked on, a lot about the parties. It will tell you, you know, how they are approaching a negotiation. So for some, particularly often weaker parties, they want an elaborate process that is supported by the international community, that has rules and regulations and procedures. And sometimes you have parties, stronger parties often, who want the process to be a bulldozer that can just push through as quickly as possible with as little interference as possible and as fast as possible. It's one of those things where about, you know, reaching peace agreements is that everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. You know that saying? And I remember taking a delegation on to a West African country Sergio and I have worked on together very early in the decision that they were making about whether or not they wanted to open a process on their own internal insurgency. And we took a delegation that was experienced in the Colombia process, the Northern Ireland process, and we sat down with the heads of the military and intelligence services there. And the question came up at one point, and we were talking about all the different ways you could approach a process. And the head of internal intelligence said, and so how long was this process? And talking about Northern Ireland, and Jonathan Powell, my former boss, said, well, that process, even to negotiate, was 10 years, and to implement was longer. Oh, and the Colombia process was 7 years. And he looked and he smiled and he said, no, we need to be done by Christmas. So it was just a completely, it's very hard to get into processes that you know are going to be laborious and difficult, and they're going to take a long time. Now, I worked for the UN for 20 years around the world on big multilateral negotiations. And often those were about stopping things from getting worse. But now I'm at an organization that does what we call sort of private mediation. And it's more of an inside view of how processes are set up, because conflict parties will talk to us in a way that they might not want to talk to the UN or talk to states. We're not as threatening in a way, and they can be more open. And we have found that when you are talking about big complex processes, it's very difficult to go and talk to parties and say, right, you need to get into a process. It's going to be very elaborate. It's going to be very, very hard. And it's going to take a very long time. What's more effective, we've found, is almost kind of you get into processes by stealth. In Haiti, when we were asked to go and try after the president was shot in his bedroom surrounded by 200 of his most loyal guards, and the then prime minister had to take over. And the country was descending into chaos, and the US were very, very needed to get consensus within the government and the country on the deployment of an international force to Haiti to try to control the violence. And we went in to see whether it was possible to reach that consensus and see if it was possible to set up a process between the parties. And I think if we'd gone there and we said, right, we need to set up a process between the parties, we would have been kicked out almost immediately. What we had to try and do is approach it almost by stealth from the very beginning, by setting up back channels between the government and the most intransigent and hardline opposition, by shuttling between parties, by inviting multiple parties to sit down in long sessions over coffee or drinks or whatever it may be in wherever was safe for them to meet, to try and find a way to get to sufficient consensus so that you could have enough people at least willing to sit together to start talking. And we did this for several weeks, and we never once said, this is going to be a very long and difficult process and you're going to have to engage in a process, but we drew out of them slowly what the design of a process that would work for them would look like. Everything from things that were complicated, like that we expected to be complicated, like an agenda, to things that we did not expect to be complicated, like how many cars delegates should be allowed to bring to negotiations when they were eventually going to happen. That was a big thing. It turned out to be an issue of almost of pride, that they didn't want to see the government turning up with 50 cars and then coming up with only sort of 2 or 3, the leaders of the political parties. So, and that negotiation ended up being a process that we mediated and that was agreed. So we were able to a certain extent to set some terms, to agree who was going to be the note taker, to table documents, to edit and put documents on the table, to set a time frame. I mean, and sometimes that is what a mediated process can deliver. But other times, I mean, just recently I've come back from northeast Syria, where there's going to need to be an active negotiation between the SDF and the Damascus authorities. And that process will not be mediated. And at least it won't be mediated formally, I'm pretty sure. And they have very, very different ideas of what kind of process they want to have. And I think, again, it's interesting now that we are, the Haiti negotiation sort of operated in a different world to a certain extent, a rare example of where one country still set the terms, and that was the US. All that really the Haitians needed to know was that the US were on board with the negotiation. Syria, and whatever happens in Syria, is operating in the new world. And that world is a world of fractured geopolitics where nobody is really setting the terms anymore. And everywhere you go, you find multiple parties with deep stakes and with almost equal leverage, each of them trying to move a process in a very different way. And it's the dilemma for so many of us now working in this space as to how you can come with a process that has integrity and how you can support parties in an environment where the kind of the Dayton days are sort of done. They don't really want anymore for a big one mediator to be sitting down and putting people in a room for 2 weeks. I mean, that where that happens, it's great. I worked in Lebanon and was negotiating there, helping them to try and come to terms on how the Lebanese government were going to treat Syrian refugees. And then the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, right, you guys go and sit in a room for a week and you don't come out until it's done. And he could impose those terms. And sometimes it's a relief when those terms can be imposed. But nobody's going to be imposing these terms in Syria. And we're in an environment where the design of that process, the first key and difficult question is going to be, and we were talking about this with the parties, what the negotiation is actually going to be about. And that, and how the negotiation is going to be guaranteed in an environment where one party is going to want international support at the table, another party is not going to want international support at the table. So there's going to need to be more of a, I think it was Christopher Hill who said there's more of an open source approach to how these kinds of negotiations are managed and how processes can still be set up. We can't go there and say, well, nobody can go there and say, right, here's your framework, here are the rules and procedures, here's the number of people who are going to be at the table. The parties are going to need to work that out in an environment where one of them is thinking about core and deep identity issues, and another one that are going to take, in their view, years to negotiate, and another one is thinking about immediate, critical power politics and security issues that, in their mind, need to be agreed rapidly within weeks. And so the kind of the collective effort that is going to have to go around shaping this process and helping them find a process that can actually hold together is something that is not completely new, but I think it is more urgent and harder than ever in the environment that we have today. And another thing that is going to be very difficult there, and I think we have found over the years, is that processes, as fundamental as they are, and as much as they play a key role in deciding whether or not negotiations hold together or whether they fall apart, they can never substitute even the most perfect process for political will to end a conflict. And in Afghanistan, we spent, when we were advising President Ghani on his negotiations with the Taliban, I mean, hours and hours and hours advising that delegation on process. And there were multiple processes, and each of them, complex as they were received a huge amount of, let's say, structural and procedural attention. But in the end, there wasn't the right political environment to reach an agreement. And because there wasn't the right political environment to reach an agreement, and because the incentives weren't there, the negotiation just became an endless cycle of breaking down, starting up, and breaking down, and starting up. And it became, in effect, a cover for a takeover of the country, which happened. So trying to marry the integrity of a process, how it happens, where it happens, who's at the table, how decisions are made, creating the willingness for people to engage in long and difficult and complex discussions, and to have those discussions have a kind of internal cohesion, that somebody is keeping track and keeping records and they're not utterly open-ended. All of those things are important, but they need to be also married to a higher level political will.
So much, Claire, oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Sorry. Okay, I can be done. We can talk more about other things later.
Yes, we'll come back to that, certainly. Thank you so much for your opening statement. Sergio, let me turn it over to you for your statement.
Thank you very much again, and to Buffett and to the whole team, and for everyone for coming. In my own brain, I've always distinguished something that is not exactly black and white, but it helps to think about what are the conditions necessary for a negotiation to work, and what is the process that you need to design, because you need both. And sometimes you can have ideal conditions, but unless you actually think through carefully as to how to set up the process, you may fail, or you will fail. This is all very hard. Now, my brief remarks, I'm going to say 3 or 4 things, are about ending a war, not just about negotiations generally, because there are many kinds of negotiations. We just heard about how to negotiate between the Israelis and Hamas to prevent things from getting worse. And but that's a slightly different kind of thing. This is about what do you do if you're actually trying to wrap up the whole thing. And I do recognize that you cannot generalize. I like to remind everyone of the great phrase of Clausewitz, which is not that war is politics by other means, but that it is, in my view, that the greatest act of judgment of a general is to recognize a war for what it is and not take it for what it's not. And I think this is true of peace process as well. You have to understand what is the nature of this conflict, what makes it tick, and what do we need to do to actually bring it to an end. Now, that said, I want to point to 3 or 4 kind of lessons from our own experience, but I've also seen in other places, especially in the cases of really serious long conflicts like South Africa, Northern Ireland, Colombia, so-called intractable conflicts that went on for half a century. Now, I really am a very big believer in the idea that you need to phase this, a phased approach, where you have a first phase where either through back channels or through secret talks, you come to a fundamental basic understanding of what it is you're going to do, what you're aiming at. That, in our case, I think was the key move. We did 6 months of secret talks, which ended with the framework agreement. And if you look at other examples, South Africa, not exactly at the beginning, but when they began the big Codesa negotiations and they were stuck, they actually had to move away from that and negotiate almost one-on-one, almost 6 months, what became known as a record of understanding, which is not just agreeing to the things you're going to talk about or agendas, but it's actually about the structure, the formula that somehow reflects the interests of both parties, and the idea that this is about ending. And this thing that sounds so simple to me is really important. And this is why the secret phase is critical, because this is where you test the other side and you understand, are these guys actually ready to talk about the real thing or not? Because once you go public, it's very easy for everything to turn tactical, to be just an instrument of the war. Not just in internal armed conflicts. If you look at some of the stuff going on today, I dare say, I think my Ukrainian friends may agree with me. A lot of this is tactical. This is, let's do a 1-month ceasefire, and then, oh yes, we may agree. But I mean, that's nothing really. So you need to face things, and hopefully to create a kind of structure that will hold. I call it a kind of holding structure. It's not possible everywhere. Sometimes you have to be much more flexible, as Betty was pointing out. But I think this is what worked in our case. It worked in South Africa, to some extent in Northern Ireland as well. The propositions on head of agreement, which weren't exactly a negotiation, but it was an agreement among governments and parties that these were the headlines of what needed to be done. So that's my first point. My second point is a negotiation is really creating something out of nothing, literally. And so you need to agree to rules as to how you're going to run this, beginning from very simple things such as when are we going to meet, at what time, how many people are going to be in the room. All these things begin to create a little structure to more substantive things like the famous, which is not necessarily useful everywhere, but it's critical in a big negotiation that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. How we're going to communicate what we're doing. So in the past in Colombia, because we had 3 major peace negotiations that had failed in the past, we agreed this time, no, we're going to have just joint press releases to inform the public of what we have achieved. Otherwise, nobody can talk about the details of the negotiation. FARC didn't always observe this, but on the whole, it worked pretty well, because otherwise you get into the famous competing. So these things that look like very technical things, they make a huge difference in creating the kind of right ambiance that this is a serious negotiation properly run. The next subject I'll just touch on very briefly, and I have to my left one of the great experts in the world, is the great issue of the past and of peace and justice, which we haven't really touched upon so far. And in some countries, it's huge. There's no way we could. It's not an add-on. In Colombia, we could have not have reached an agreement with FARC that did not come up with a serious proposal as to what's going to happen with victims' rights, accountability, and so forth. And these are really hard things. These things take really a long time. I'm referring mostly to kind of internal armed conflicts. I think we need to be careful in terms of process design. We talk now about Ukraine, but this is a very different thing. Whatever the solution is going to be to the Ukraine-Russia war, or the invasion of Russia of Ukraine, rather, is not going to be. You're not aiming at reconciliation. You're aiming at something where each country can live. Whereas if it's your own country, you do. So you do need to do something about the past. In our case, we basically agreed with FARC that everything was on the table. We were also accountable, not just them, and that the victims were at the center of the whole thing, and their rights, and how we're going to respond to their rights. And amazingly, after about 1.5 years of negotiations, they agreed that they would go before a tribunal and acknowledge the commission of war crimes and crimes against humanity, which was never happened before. But that's because we also agreed that some of our officers would do the same thing. And the other thing we did was and I can talk about that later because there's not much time, that we actually invited victims to come to the negotiating table, delegations of victims to talk about what their expectations were and to make them part of the whole thing. So it wasn't an imposed thing, but we would listen to them and do this seriously. And my last point, thinking not now just about how you design the actual process and the table, but the context in which it happens. I do want to say one word and refer to the very lucid question asked by our student from Cyprus about the politics. Because people sometimes concentrate too much on the negotiating table, but this happens in a country that has certain politics. And you can say with some confidence, sadly, that in the Middle East, at least in the next decade, there will not be an agreement, and probably there will never be an agreement of the kind that was imagined in the 90s, because the politics does not allow it. And it's not just because of the politicians, it's because, as our student was saying, of the place where the public is. So one big lesson we took away in our case is and as a friend of mine, actually a Salvadorian guerrilla, told me at the very beginning, always remember that the people behind you, naming the public, are actually more important than the people in front of you, the ones you're negotiating with. And you need to be doing this all the time. And even though you know it, it's a really very hard thing to do. And so you have examples like, and I'll finish with this, Northern Ireland, which is an extraordinarily hard thing to do, even though the level of violence was low by our standards. The conflict was very intense. But you had this, and I was discussing this with Kate yesterday, the Blair government signed the peace agreement literally a year into the mandate, and they were there for 10 years. So you had the same government running a peace process for 10 years, at least on the British side. Compare that with the Middle East, Camp David Oslo 1, 2, 1995 is signed, and then Rabin gets killed, you have the man who opposed the whole thing getting elected, and you can pretend you're still running a peace process, but you're not. They're not really doing it. The political will is no longer there. We had a situation in Colombia which is actually not dissimilar to Israel, with the difference that there was so much interest from the Security Council and so much pull from the population and the communities that it kept the peace process alive. But never forget that politics is at the center of peace.
Thank you very much, Sergio. And Barney, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I'm really grateful to have been invited and to be here with you at the Buffett Institute. Now, preparation is everything. If you're a third party hoping to assist the conflict parties to negotiate agreements that they will implement. And where do you start with preparation? A sound analysis of the conflict, of the problem that you're actually dealing with. Because it's in the analysis that you will develop the political lens that Sergio has been talking about, that others mentioned. A deep understanding of the drivers of the conflict, contemporary drivers of the conflict, the root causes of the conflict, the different positions, postures of the parties, and also of the key stakeholders in the conflict. And it's this analysis that will also inform your design. So you'll adapt the design that you propose to the parties. In the first instance, you should encourage the parties to make their own decisions about the design, but the mediator has a role also to make suggestions about what would work best, and understanding who the parties are, understanding the nature of the conflict, the issues that are going to have to be decided will better inform those recommendations. And then also to design in a way that responds to the issues. If you have a negotiation where there's several issues that need to be canvassed and covered, then you've got to come up with a design that allows sufficient time for those issues to be addressed. The next thing is to reflect on the constraints of the parties and to understand when there is asymmetry in the capacities of the parties to negotiate. So you've got to design in such a way that you mitigate the weaknesses and constraints of the parties and attempt to create a level negotiating field. Another issue is to ensure that there is an effective architecture for decision making. And this is probably needs to be at levels, negotiating level, but if things get stuck, to whom do we turn to unlock the issue? And of course, the question of how do you reduce the consensus into writing that the parties own and that can easily be implemented. So I'm going to talk about Sudan in the context of that framework. In 2005, the Sudanese North and South reached a comprehensive peace agreement in Nairobi that promised the South a vote on secession in 6 years from the date of signature. In 2009, the African Union appointed a panel of senior facilitators to go to Darfur to analyze the situation there in order to respond to the questions of politics, justice, and reconciliation. So you have one country where they're implementing an agreement in relation to the South, but a new conflict has arisen. So I'm going to talk about the work of the AU panel for Darfur, which then also became the panel on implementation of the comprehensive peace agreement, starting with Darfur, because that's where the analysis started. I worked with the panel then. I came in to reflect on the questions of accountability and how to reconcile that with the peace process. But one of the important findings, that panel, which was led by former President of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, one of its key analysis was that there wasn't a unique challenge or problem in Darfur. The problem of Darfur was a problem of Sudan, which was that power had been over-concentrated in the center with the marginalization of the peripheries, and that's why the peripheries of Sudan, the south, Darfur, and the east were rebelling. So it's only if the center addressed the central problem of marginalization and governance that Sudan would transition out of these cycles of endless conflict. Now, that analysis helped the panel when the AU agreed with that analysis, and they say this panel now ought to assist the comprehensive peace agreement parties, this is North and the South, to implement the challenges of a referendum and a secession. So once again, now rehearted, the panel started to engage this question of the secession of the South. And in that process, it built on the analysis that it had developed about Darfur, but also secured from the parties a commitment that whatever happened with the referendum vote, that there would be a commitment to establish two viable states that were at peace with each other. This became the organizing principle that informed the negotiations. Now, a secession is fiendishly complex to break up a country. So what did we do? We made sure that instead of having one large plenary to negotiate these issues, you had various thematic clusters, everything from citizenship, from economic issues, pensions, banking, borders, the lot. So now it was a challenge for the parties. So how do you make sure that the parties have the capacity to negotiate these issues? Another thing the panel then did was to secure experts who would come and engage both the parties and the facilitators on the thematic issues prior to going into negotiations. It also then had designed and proposed an architecture where you had clusters, but above the clusters you had a lead negotiating panel, and then you had the principals, which are the presidents of Sudan and Southern Sudan, to unlock the issues. So tiers of decision making to assist in unlocking problematic issues. I'll finish with an anecdote on the question of citizenship. We were stuck because a very emotive point, the vote on secession had happened. The North wanted to remove citizenship from all Southerners and ask them to leave unless they were granted visas to remain. So very difficult conversation. Didn't manage to get this through in the clusters. So went to see President Bashir with a long list of issues. Citizenship was only one of them. And he had a very short answer. He said, well, you just make it like Egypt. We have a 4 freedoms agreement with Egypt. Why don't we do that with the South? We didn't know what the 4 freedoms agreement was. We couldn't find it anywhere. And eventually we tracked one down in Cairo in Arabic, translated it, and then adapted it for the text for dealing with citizenship issues. And to this day, the Sudanese who are now fleeing into South Sudan are able to live and reside there on the basis of that agreement. And that arose from having this tiered approach to the negotiation of that issue. I'm going to stop here because I think that's my 5.
Great. Thank you so much, Barney. At this point, I want to ask the group about the logistics, the nuts and bolts of actually starting a peace process. So that's a big issue, and you can take it in different directions, but I'll suggest 2 very specific topics that you perhaps could talk about in the context of the cases you know best. So the first is, how does the initial outreach happen, right? If you're transitioning from war to peace, you have 2 or more sides that one day are trying to kill each other and then are promising to sit down tomorrow and talk about peace. And that's not an easy transition. Is there one side picking up the phone and calling the other? Is there a trusted intermediary who's feeling out both sides about this process? So could you please explain to us, how that worked actually in the cases that you know? The other thing that would be interesting for all of us to hear about, I think, is how do you pick a location for a peace process? You first have to decide, is it going to be in country or outside the country? And if it's outside the country, where? So as I think about some of the cases that have been mentioned so far in this conference, the locations are not always obvious, right? So for the Balkans peace process, we end up in a small town in Ohio. For the FARC-Colombia process, we end up in Cuba. For Uganda, you end up in South Sudan, and so on. So how do you make these sorts of choices when you're going about setting up the process? And I'll just leave this open to the group. Whoever would like to jump in first, please go ahead.
Very well. I'll have a crack at how you start. It's very rare when there is a conflict that you will not have one entity or another approaching the parties and proposing to them either de-escalation or to reach out to the other side and perhaps offering to be the intermediaries. So there's a lot that happens even before you have a prominent third party, whether it's a state or multilateral entity coming in to suggest that there should be negotiations. So it wouldn't be the first time. By the time the UN envoy arrives to meet the leaders of the conflict parties, it wouldn't be the first time that the issue has been broached. You now have an array of actors, local actors, international organizations that are into peacemaking. They have contacts with the conflict parties, often that they have developed over several years indeed. So it is unusual, I would say, to have a conflict where this question of engagement hasn't been raised before. But it's usually when the parties themselves are ready to negotiate that you're going to have traction on those first steps, and the willingness maybe to delegate somebody to reach out to the other side, or themselves to make those overtures sometimes secretly. What was your first question? I started with the second.
How do you choose a location?
Often it's a practical question. You choose the location that both parties will be comfortable meeting in. In intrastate conflicts, you'll find that the non-state actor may be very reluctant to meet inside the country and may propose a sympathetic, maybe neighboring country, perhaps one that supports them or one that has a neutral stance in relation to the conflict as a place to meet. But very often the initial meetings can take place in country, but for full negotiations, especially if they are large-scale negotiations with facilitation and participation of other actors, those are increasingly taking place outside the country. And this is something that perhaps we need to rethink because negotiations are increasingly large and they're expensive. And if there's going to be a reduction in resources to finance these big negotiations, we're going to have to think about the question of venue and size of the negotiations.
Can I maybe add just on this question also of how dialogue can start? It's really fascinating to me in so many different conflicts how well the parties often know each other. In Ethiopia, they knew each other incredibly well. They'd all gone to military training and university together. In Haiti, they'd all grown up in this tiny society where they just were all deeply familiar with each other. And it's very hard in those contexts often to shift the conversation to a different level where you have a quiet channel of conversation between parties that it's actually about moving into a negotiation, because communication channels happen all the time. They happen on tactical issues, they happen on military issues, they'll happen on hostage negotiations. Often the problem is too many channels of communication rather than not enough channels of communication. So getting to a place where a conversation between people who are actually empowered to make decisions can lead to an agreement that people are going to open talks is a very difficult thing. And it's happened in the past between intelligence actors, but it's also increasingly happening outside of, let's say, formal government channels where we are seeing imams coming with offers of dialogue that are actually sincere, where other parties who are third parties who will be moving, private sector have in different cases come with offers of dialogue. I think, in fact, that was one of the ways the back channel started in Northern Ireland. So, I mean, Barney is right to say that it's a multiplicity of ways, but I think one of the great challenges of moving from a back channel into a structured negotiation is not everybody comes into a back channel ready to negotiate. They're not there all of the time because they want to end the conflict. They may be there because they need something urgently, they need a de-escalation, there's a political crisis coming, and it's the challenge of the third party holding that channel to try and turn it into something more than tactical. And that is a very difficult thing, and it will depend on many factors. But trying to get the bicycle moving, trying to get the parties to meet, trying to build confidence, and trying to think 2 or 3 steps ahead of them. One of the most common dilemmas that we've talked about in dialogue processes is how far ahead do we think of the parties and how much do we guide and move them? You try and do it too much and you will push them out of their comfort zone and they will walk away from the table. You don't do it enough and you will be stuck forever in tactics. So this is a political judgment that trying to get that bicycle moving and moving at a speed that will lead somewhere constructive is the biggest challenge of starting negotiations, I think.
I'll add 2 quick points. First, following on what Claire said, a plea for the importance of back channels, and back channel intermediaries, because if you're in the middle of a real war, then there's always very serious reflection, not to say fear and cost of who makes the first move, because you're sending a signal. And so in our case, there was this man who was a small businessman called Henry Acosta, who came to the President Santos as president-elect and gave him a message, which wasn't really a message from FARC, but it was more his interpretation of how things were after having had contact with him for a long time. And that, in a way, got the ball rolling, and we used him for almost 2 years as a single back channel. What Claire said is very, very important. It's critical to make sure that you only have one channel and that it goes directly to the top, in order to set up the talks that later happened in Cuba. And I used to actually call him, in my own notes, Brendan, because there's a famous case in the Northern Ireland story of a man called Brendan Duddy, who did exactly the same thing in '93. He passed the British intelligence to MI6, to a man called Michael Oatley, a message from the IRA, which said something like, if I remember correctly, the war's coming to an end, but we don't really know how to end it. Now, if you know anything about these groups, you read that and you say, there's no way those guys actually said that. But it actually got the machine going, and this was actually a big, big motivation of what it ended up being the Downing Street Declaration, and 6 months later, which was really the critical moment that led to the Good Friday Agreement. And people who've researched this have actually come up with the conclusion that this guy actually kind of half made this up, the back channel. But this is the thing, nobody wants to take responsibility, and having a reliable back channel is absolutely critical. Then you have the question that Claire is addressing. Well, how do you know that this is actually the real thing? And so this is where, in my view, what you want is not just to have a back channel, but to have secret talks where you have first exchanges about what you're going to try and do. And I think, as Ambassador Hill was saying this morning, you kind of agree on the minimal North Star of what you're trying to move towards, or what I called yesterday the flight plan. And on the location, I think locations are not to be underrated. It makes a really very, very big difference where you do things, from the discipline of the country, the capacity of the country, to whether people feel reasonably at ease or not, and the different schools in that. In our case, we had failed so many times at peace negotiations in Colombia, and we knew we couldn't do this again. And Colombia is a very media-driven country. There's no way we could do it, because it just spilled into a kind of media circus. So we ended up in Cuba, which was the only place that the FARC would agree to go, which we would agree to go to as well, which was obviously, for obvious reasons, very isolated. But at the same time, and this is a completely different story, but going back to the discussion yesterday on timing, moments when the stars are aligned and when they're not, well, the stars and the international order was aligned because President Obama had just started his own rapprochement with the Cubans, and there were kind of some there were some bridges between what we were doing and what the US was doing, so everything was moving in the same direction, and it had a happy end.
On one issue that it's important to emphasize, that I think that today we have the opposite problem, is that there's a proliferation often of initiatives, multilateral organizations, countries, private entities, all reaching out to the parties with proposals for facilitation or mediation, all with different motivations, some more transactional than others. So we're going to have to come up with a formula for managing that, both the proliferation and also the competition that is associated with multiple initiatives for peacemaking.
So I also want to ask, and this will be my last question before we open it up to the crowd for some audience Q&A, about the role of incentives when you design a peace process. And I mean here incentives in the context of one issue that we've been talking about but sort of tap dancing around, which is the relationship between pursuing peace and pursuing justice at the same time. So this is a process that starts with Yugoslavia in the 1990s and culminates with the International Criminal Court. And as I look at the cases that we've talked about thus far in the conference, I see the International Criminal Court, or at least some other international tribunal, involved in some way, I'd be curious to hear from all of you how you feel like that has changed the nature of negotiations. Because a big theme from last night is what's different today relative to the early 1990s when we had these initial movements towards peace negotiations. So I think about Palestine, I think about the role of the ICC warrant for Netanyahu. I think about Ukraine, ICC warrant for Putin. We talked about Uganda, the ICC role of pursuing Joseph Kony was a big part of this. Sudan, Omar al-Bashir. Even in the case of the FARC, the ICC had a preliminary examination and then ultimately backed off without opening a formal investigation. So how is this sort of pursuit of peace at the same time as pursuing justice played out in your cases? Do you see those as sort of butting heads with one another and complicating the process? Or do you see them more as mutually reinforcing processes that might enable both peace and justice to be achieved simultaneously? Look like you might have something to add on the television, so please go ahead.
No, I'm smiling because we talk about this so many times, and I think, I mean, justice and peace have always been uneasy bedfellows. I don't think that it's any different now to a certain extent than it was in the 90s. It's always been hard to deliver both, but it's kind of been impossible really to deliver one without the other over the long term, because peace agreements don't last if they don't satisfy fundamental desire for people to see some kind of accountability. And doesn't mean that you can right every wrong, and it doesn't mean that you can rewrite the past. You have to have an eye on the future. I think, though, what is different now, and what we certainly experience now, is somebody was talking about, I think it was Ambassador Hill, talking about the North Star. There was a much stronger sense of a geopolitical compact in the 90s and early 2000s. We knew where we were going. We knew who the hegemons were. We knew who was setting the terms. Now, the idea of what a fair and just peace agreement is, we may still feel that we have sight of that. But as Barney rightly says, there are just so many other parties out there now, and a very, very different geopolitical setting, and a different idea of what it means and what is essential to get to in peace agreements. So I do think with the ICC, it's going to be a very challenged process to start delivering the ICC type of justice that some of us want to see as part of peace agreements. But I don't think that means that, I mean, the ICC is one way to deliver justice. It's not the only way to deliver justice. So maybe one of the things that we increasingly have to think about is how, in these really incredibly difficult long-term negotiations, at what stage in a process do you build in an idea of what justice means, how much weight the process can bear at any one period of time, and an accountability. What does that look like to the people in the process? And it won't always be the ICC. I think the ICC is a very special set of considerations. But Sergio, this is something that Colombia has done particularly well, peace and justice. I don't know whether that would have been possible today, whether, for example, it would be possible in Sudan now. My sense is it would be much, much harder.
I mean, the first thing to say is that this is a really, really hard problem. I mean, it's very easy for academics to write papers and say, well, actually, peace and justice reinforce each other. And yes, I mean, there are obvious ways in which this is true. But when you're at a negotiating table and the guys across you are the guys who are actually accountable for all these crimes, and you have to decide what you're going to do, it's really hard. In our case, I've always said that we ended up using the ICC. We turned a kind of restriction into an enabler, meaning we said, look, and one of the most serious meetings we had with FARC, which was kind of behind closed doors, just them and us, no witnesses, no facilitators. We said, look, this is the situation. There isn't going to be a general amnesty in Colombia because we are signatories of the Rome Statute, because our constitution doesn't allow it, and because the Colombian people will not tolerate it. So what are we going to do? So we did use very consciously the ogre of the ICC as a reason for why we had to come up with a credible solution. And it was, I have to say, I mean, it's the first time that the ICC has ended a preliminary examination of a country on the basis of a transitional justice system that is considered to be compatible with Article 17. But this was really hard, and it took a really long time to negotiate. And I want to take advantage of this question, if I may, for just a few seconds, because I've thought about this a lot, and I actually have a kind of question which I'll ask later to Ambassador Hill, if I may, which is about the structure of negotiations and the length. Because if you're dealing with an internal armed conflict, and you're not simply doing Camp David I, let's say, which was basically, or ended up being, although originally was more ambitious, ended up being about recognizing an international border and everyone goes back, but you're actually solving really hard internal problems. This takes time. Like, we could not have done a Dayton on justice in Colombia. There's no way you could just lock people up for 2 weeks and pressure them into agreeing that they're going to go before. That's not how it works. It takes a long time for them to assimilate that this is how the world works, for their own people on the ground to accept the peace negotiation. We negotiated for too long. We probably should have done things at least, we ended up negotiating for 4 years plus 6 months of secret talks, probably a year less, but not much less. So the reason I'm raising this, and it's a slightly different topic, but I'm fascinated by it myself, is that sometimes, like for example, Ambassador Hill will correct me, but Holbrooke was obsessed with Camp David I, and he thought he could do the same thing, and he talked to Carter, how did you do it? And then if you look at Camp David II, which was completely different from Camp David I, because it was about solving the Israeli-Palestinian thing, then it was the same idea. You can lock people up for 2 weeks and solve these really hard issues. And I am a skeptic of that. I don't think these issues are too hard. Maybe you can agree to some fundamental things about what you're going to do, but these issues need time to be negotiated, to be assimilated by both sides. And that's our experience. And this is why, again, these are not minor points. How you design things will have a very significant effect on your chances of solving the problem.
Do you want me to answer the question? Because it is kind of funny. First of all, we wanted to have Dayton in the U.S. because there was a question how seriously the U.S. was going to stand by an agreement in the Balkans. So we thought if we had the peace process in the U.S., people would see, the Americans are really in. Secondly, we began looking at sites. Went to the Rockefeller Brothers estate. The problem was it was too expensive. So we then looked around for some of these other off-site things, all too expensive. The military stepped forward and offered Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, or because we wanted it on the East Coast so it would be close to, in case the president wanted to come. Later, the president decided that was the last place he wanted to be until there was an actual, in that case, initially. So then we looked at bases that were not that far from Washington, but not necessarily on the coast, and that's where Dayton came up, Wright-Patterson Air Base. So we had no idea how long this was going to take, but the thinking was, since we had already worked out a constitution, had the 2 sets of agreed principles, that this was really about territory, about doing the actual map of the 2 entities. But it took longer than expected, and people dug in. So Holbrooke wanted to show the parties that we weren't going to stick with this forever. So he ordered us all to pack our bags, or not pack our bags, but in any case, leave our bags out on the sidewalk to suggest that the American delegation had had enough and was going to leave. That didn't really work. It created a lot of derisive laughter, especially among our European partners who knew that wasn't going to. So we all sheepishly brought our suitcases back in. I at least didn't take the time to pack it. I just put an empty suitcase out there. So, and then we stayed, and then we got to, it turned into 3 weeks, and we got to a couple of last-minute issues, which are always going to be last-minute issues. And it finished. The French were saying this has got to be signed in Paris, so we had to tell everyone only initialing in date. You cannot sign it. And there's a lot of nervousness about if they don't sign it, it could all fall apart. But in deference to our French allies, we said fine. But then they wanted to call it the Treaty of Paris. And that was a bridge too far for us. But no one thought of calling it the Dayton Peace Accords until afterwards. So it was called the Proximity Peace Talks. But since no one could spell proximity, they went with Dayton.
Back over to you, Barney.
Barney, do you want to add anything on this, or should we go to questions?
Let me just say something really brief about the justice question in peacemaking. There's no doubt that the prospect of prosecution of leaders is problematic, and it's a challenge that facilitators need to try to overcome, particularly when you have what is essentially a fait accompli of an ICC indictment. We dealt with this in Uganda. I remember going to Congo to see Joseph Kony to discuss the ICC. Then, in the negotiations in Juba, we tried to take advantage of the Rome Statute and the principle of complementarity, and to see what conditions we might put forward that might satisfy the principle that the ICC would defer to national jurisdiction for accountability. Because even though it is said that the ICC, it's the justice is superior, you don't get locked up forever, etc. It's the humiliation that people feel they would be exposed to in the ICC that they don't want to go through with. That very often they prefer domestic accountability mechanism, because the ICC trial is seen as a victor's justice, as a political impediment for what they may be trying to achieve out of the peace process. So in the case of the LRA, we couldn't implement the agreement because the lack of a guarantee that there would be justice processes only in Uganda became problematic. We could not promise that. That was a matter for judges. In Sudan, President Bashir had been indicted, but we needed him to sort out the secession of the South. A lot of leaders were not talking to President Bashir. They're instructed not to speak to him. Luckily, the AU didn't take it that far and were able to engage and secure the agreement on the secession of the South. President Bashir is still in Sudan. And the question of whether he will be transferred might well be an obstacle to peace again in Sudan. So it's not an academic question, so we have to wait against the real consequences. And I think here we still need to continue our dialogue with the ICC about complementarity, about prioritizing domestic processes, and what are the conditions in which the ICC would defer to a mechanism that can also transition a country out of conflict, particularly when it has been an intractable conflict that we've had in Uganda and Sudan. I don't think the jurisprudence of the court has been helpful in the past. I think it could be more nuanced and deeper, and there could be criteria for deferring on questions of accountability. But there is no doubt that the question of accountability can now no longer be brushed aside, and amnesties that are unconditional dispensed to negotiating parties. But that happy balance of a sufficient accountability to acknowledge the crime while catalyzing and facilitating a transition from conflict, we haven't been able to achieve consistently. And I think this is something that we need to keep coming back to.
A 5-second footnote to what Barney said, simply because the theme of the conference is also learning lessons. And you learn lessons not just from the things that worked in other places, but from the things that didn't work. And the context may be very different, but we actually invited Barney to Colombia when we were starting the whole discussion of the issue of victims' rights, along with another very, very good Dutch specialist on the ICC, and heard the stories about what had happened and how everything broke down because not of mismanagement, because it's just the nature of how things were working. So we understood that we really needed to keep very close to the ICC. And I had myself many meetings with Fatou Bensouda, who behaved very properly and intelligently. And our own justice minister also traveled to The Hague. I traveled to The Hague. And we kept them informed to show them that we were actually doing the most we could in the circumstances to comply with our obligations. But that was also because Barney and others scared the head out of us, showing us how things could really break down if we didn't take this seriously and manage it.
So at this
Just
point,
another quick 5-second footnote to that, just because this is process design. I think two things that just really have been helpful for us. First of all, justice is not just about prosecution in negotiations. And it's really important to come to the whole question of justice, I think, late in terms of sequencing. You don't start there. You need time to build up some trust between the parties. You need time to make progress. But you also need time to prepare a population for what can be delivered in terms of justice and to get their views as well. So for them, I think, for conflict victims, we've heard repeatedly, it's not just about prosecution. It's also about acknowledgement. It's also about local mechanisms. It doesn't always come down to the ICC. And negotiations will get there eventually, but they certainly can't start there, because if they start there, I think that it's very, very hard to make any kind of progress. So sequencing will come to transitional justice and international justice late, but this is where communities really need to be involved, and this is where strategic communications and community engagement are going to play a key role in defining what justice means for each different conflict.
great. So thank you so much to all of our panelists. At this point, let's open it up to the audience for some Q&A. And while everyone is, of course, more than welcome to ask questions, I would especially encourage our Northwestern undergraduates to feel comfortable putting your hand up in the air. I will try to find you as time allows. So let me please open the floor. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, you.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm from Cyprus. My question is specific to Sergio, and I'm wondering, you mentioned that Colombia had a very big involvement of the victims in the negotiations as well. I'm wondering, were the victims involved after you had created the process design, and also were the victims more focused on peace or justice, or was there something else that they were focused on? Thank you.
Briefly, because this is a long story, but I suppose, if I may say so, the main innovation of the Colombian peace negotiation, if it was this involvement of the victims. First of all, because we, in the secret talks, got FARC to agree that there would be a point on the agenda on victims' rights, which hadn't been done before. There have been agreements, for example, in Central America, which had human rights provisions of various kinds, truth commissions, but not specifically victims' rights. And it's a hard thing, obviously, because when you say victims' rights, the other side reads justice, reads prosecutions. But at the same time, interestingly enough, this is what worked for us. It's a kind of indirect way of getting to the issue of accountability. Because you say, look, we're all here, we're sitting here all because we have to address the rights of the victims, you and us. So it's a slightly different conversation from saying, we're here because we need to bring you to trial for all the crimes you committed. And once the victims mobilize, as they did in our case, both in Colombia and because they can mobilize in different ways. For example, there's a well-known case of Spain where the parties on the right politicized the victims' movement against any kind of solution to the Basque problem and marched and whatever. So we wanted to avoid this, but we couldn't force anybody to do anything and obviously the victims are not a homogeneous group. They're very different views. But in our case, simply by taking them seriously, by really making the rights of victims a point on the agenda, this is the thing that took us the longest to negotiate. Just that one point took us a year and a half, if you can believe it. But by bringing them to the negotiating table, not once, but 6 times in groups. Pontus, who's here with us, was there in Colombia at the time because the UN played a very big role doing this with the church. By the way, it's also an issue of having rules, being a kind of fundamental fairness, which is very important in negotiation, such as, we're not going to pick the victims that come, the FARC is not going to pick the victims that come, the church and the UN and the university are going to pick them, and we're going to sort of take it, if you like. And then subsequently, in the whole system that was set up in Colombia, which is very complex, with a truth commission, with a unit that searched for the missing, but especially with the tribunal, increasingly there's victims' participation in the whole thing. And it's not always unproblematic, because you do need to move things towards a transition, and the demands with time grow. But it's thanks to the legitimacy that has been given to the process by victims that the system has been accepted. It's still work in progress. We're still waiting for some judgments from the special tribunal 8 years on. But really, this whole thing really was possible because the victims engaged. And that's the lesson, I think, from Colombia.
Can I say something about victims in northern Uganda? In northern Uganda, it was slightly different. You had a government that, for a long time, despite Betty's efforts, didn't want to have a negotiated settlement of the conflict in northern Uganda. And it was victims that put pressure on the government to negotiate. Why did they do that? Because the conditions that the war had imposed on northern Uganda were appalling. Communities essentially were losing their identity. They're losing their young people in large numbers, quite apart from casualties from the conflict. So the victims were not only the individuals who suffered directly from abductions and physical harm, but the whole community saw itself as held hostage by the conflict, and so that without a negotiation, what had gone on for decades of counterinsurgency was not going to deliver peace. And so when it came to the negotiations, particularly in Juba, the victims had been engaging those issues for a very long time. In fact, the victims had called for a comprehensive amnesty in Uganda with a rationale that most of the LRA were abducted persons, and that if you didn't offer them an amnesty, there would be no incentives for them to defect because they were being held against their will. So reluctantly, the government introduced an amnesty. So when it came to negotiations, you already had a long track record of victims' opinions. But what we did in Juba was to make it possible, although it was quite difficult, for groups to come from northern Uganda, civil society groups, traditional religious leaders, as observers. They were facilitated also to go and engage the LRA in Congo and sit down and talk about life in northern Uganda and the priorities of peace. When we negotiated the accountability and reconciliation agreement, as a matter of process design, we broke up the agreement into two parts deliberately. It wasn't essential for the content, but it was essential for validation. So after the first part of the agreement, we asked the two delegations to go back to Uganda and consult in northern Uganda, but across the country, on the content of the agreement and to report back before we negotiated an implementation annex. So sometimes you bring the victims into the process, sometimes the process goes out to the victims and engages them and brings back the feedback to be fed into the negotiations.
Other questions? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm Nariman Safavi, and I put together a dialogue through art events, and I also at times advise American diplomats on innovative ways of doing cultural diplomacy. I wanted to ask a question about humanizing the different sides to one another before the negotiation process starts. I remember the time when, before the Good Friday agreements, where George Mitchell had actually arranged for the first day of negotiations to be no negotiations, no talking about politics, and he had a buffet where the different sides of Northern Ireland would come to the buffet and they could not even talk about politics, they could talk about sports, they could talk about family, they could talk about art, and get to appreciate one another as human beings. And then the second day, they would get into the nitty-gritty of the negotiations. Has that been lost? I don't hear much about that anymore since 1990s.
I'm happy to take that one. I mean, you could never underestimate how the fundamental role that mistrust plays in derailing negotiations. And as I said, sometimes people come to the table having known each other incredibly well and hated each other for decades. And sometimes they come to the table having never met and with no connections and having only seen each other as enemies. And it's impossible to overturn that in a day, and it's definitely impossible to overturn it at a buffet. But I mean, it is really important, and that's one of the reasons why location and schedule and timing of negotiations and how negotiations happen are really key factors in whether or not delegations get to know each other, whether they have time to spend together. It's one of the reasons why people often take delegations out of country for negotiations. It's not just a matter of convenience. It's also about taking people outside of an environment where taking them to a place that equalizes them and gives them, what our colleague William Ury calls it, going to the balcony, the opportunity to just take a broader view, walk with each other, talk with each other. But it's one of the other things, though, not just humanizing each other and hearing each other's stories, is where confidence building measures work, where they can agree to take steps together and where they can be shown to keep faith and they can meet each other frequently and maintain quiet channels of communication. That also helps to turn negotiations from a process and a formula that's very mechanical into something where two people are vested and they really, really want it to work. And fundamentally, that's where you need to get to. You need to get from a place where, as a third party, you want the negotiation to work, to a place where people are invested in each other and they want it to work. And the history is full of, from South Africa to Colombia to Northern Ireland, stories of two individuals often who are humanized to each other and become absolutely fundamental, not just to making negotiations work, but also to picking negotiations up when they collapse, like they did in South Africa after the riots.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah, on the couch.
Hi, thank you all so much for being here. I'm thinking back to a point that was made yesterday about how ceasefires may be strategically not very useful because they're a distraction from solving the actual heart of the problem. I'm wondering how you balance strategic and humanitarian considerations when those are not necessarily aligned with one another, and whether there's other examples of strategic objectives that have a humanitarian cost.
That's a very good and very important question, and it does not have, in my view, a simple answer, because this is a classic case where I think you cannot generalize. It depends very much on the nature of a particular conflict or war. So, for example, if you look at the case of the Northern Ireland talks, political violence, I say this as an observer, we have people like Kate who can explain this much better than me, but political violence was basically expressed through terrorism. And so you can hardly imagine having a process and talks if you have bombs going off all the time. It's just not going to work. But if you're actually involved in a serious full-out war, as was the case in Colombia or was the case in El Salvador, then you may find that you don't want to stop hostilities until you're really pretty sure of where you're going, because you're going to get bogged down and derailed. And this is a very kind of hard decisions for the obvious reason of the humanitarian imperatives. But my experience, and I think what's true mostly, is that ceasefires work when the political process is leading. And for the obvious reason that when both sides know what the landing strip is and what they're aiming at, then it's much more likely they're going to lower the hostilities. So we were very insistent in our case that we wouldn't have a ceasefire until the very end of the negotiation. What ended up happening is that hostilities remained more or less at the same level at the beginning, but as we progressed, then they naturally started going down for the well-known reason that somebody perhaps mentioned yesterday, that nobody wants to be the last dead man of a war. So when people see that the political process is moving and that things are on track, then naturally things flow behind. I think that's our experience, and I think that's the best structure. I cannot say this is possible everywhere, but I am actually, on the whole, skeptical of the idea that let's agree to a ceasefire as a kind of CBM, and then we can get the talks going, which is like what most people say normally, and for good humanitarian reasons, but it's just very easy to fall into a tactical discussion. It had actually happened in Colombia before. I will end with that. In one of our failed negotiations in the early 90s, the government negotiator insisted on pulling the maps and saying, okay, how are we going to do the ceasefire? Where are you going to be? When nothing was clear. So obviously the other guys are not going to agree to anything because they don't know what the solution is, and you get tied up in these tactical discussions and the whole thing collapsed. This is what happened. So I'm more in favor of, if possible, go for the big prize, settle the thing you need to settle, and then you wrap up the war. It's not always possible, but that's what worked for us.
And sometimes the pressure for a ceasefire comes from the humanitarian impacts of the violence. When people are being displaced, refugees are streaming across borders, we would then say, hey, stop it, you know, and get to the table. And we tend to translate that into a demand for a formal ceasefire. In fact, there are other ways to de-escalate the violence without a formal ceasefire, and I think we ought to be exploring more of those. And we also need to de-link the question of humanitarian access and the obligations all belligerents have to ensure that that those affected by conflict have their needs met by humanitarian actors, and that humanitarian actors have access to places and persons in need. I think when we conflate that with the ceasefire, and we suggest that even humanitarian obligations need to be negotiated and subjected to a ceasefire, then we're doing a disservice to international humanitarian law. You don't need a ceasefire. You can have a conflict that is compliant with international humanitarian law. That means ensuring that there is access, ensuring that you don't attack civilians, etc. We often downgrade all of that and essentially dovetail it into a ceasefire agreement when it may not be necessary. There are times when the parties may be ready because of their military and political calculations to sign a ceasefire, well and good, but in most cases they're not. What you do get instead is that out of pressure, they will put their names to something, but the violations start in less than 24 hours, and it discredits the whole process. So it sucks the energy from the political process to monitoring and policing a ceasefire. So we need to take a long, hard look at ceasefires and explore ways of de-escalating that might be more appropriate, and particularly to re-emphasize that IHL, international humanitarian law, doesn't require ceasefire for compliance.
There's a good example of something that Barney just raised in the Myanmar talks for the Pangalong process. They had a ceasefire agreement, the national ceasefire agreement, and they had political talks in parallel with these 18 ethnic armed organizations and Aung San Suu Kyi's government. And when the ceasefire monitoring process failed to deliver, when the actual process of coming together to assess ceasefire violations, when these parties couldn't meet for a whole variety of reasons, delayed the political talks. And so, in fact, the political talks ended up being hostage to a ceasefire negotiation, couldn't continue. And
Will, given this break, please go ahead.
Your question is
your
particularly
get hostage.
Your question is particularly relevant for understanding the situation in Gaza, where you actually have an ultimate need from both sides to have a humanitarian ceasefire, both to have hostages released and have the war to stop and the killing to stop on the other side. And there is no link in the current arrangements to anything that is long-term or the day after, but through the negotiations that has taken place with the mediators, with Egypt, Qatar, and US, to get the war to stop has had its own mechanism, and actually it's the only available mechanism, and you will have to come to the broader issues of stabilizing the situation, looking at the day after for a Palestinian governance structure or not, as the Israelis don't want it to be. But there is a sine qua non to get the humanitarian ceasefire to work, because otherwise you will not be able to stop the hostility and get to politics the day after. So it's a different dynamic from some of the other scenarios we have heard here, but it's a very relevant question for the Gaza situation.
So let me turn my attention back to this side of the room for, I think, one last final question. Please go ahead in the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Genius from Communication Studies here at Northwestern. Earlier in your opening statements, you mentioned that conflicting parties come to the negotiation table with their own processes in mind, and sometimes this could be conflicting. I want to ask, are there established frameworks, or is there a possibility of establishing frameworks where third parties independently design the process, or that in itself requires a negotiation?
When you have a mediator who is much more interventionist, you will find that they have in the back of their mind what the process should look like. But the ideal is to make sure that the parties do own the process. So I would personally discourage an approach where the mediator designs the process and brings it to the parties for endorsement. Sometimes the parties will ask for assistance on a process question, and sometimes the process issues like venues, etc., are not in their hands because somebody is facilitating it. But I think the principle is that as far as possible, the process should be designed by the parties or designed in collaboration with the parties and adjusted to the needs of the parties as you go along. Otherwise, if you want a template, there are very many templates of how to organize getting to yes around the table. But I would say that's not the place to start. You should start with the engagement of the parties. What are the issues close to them? What is their capacity to negotiate? And then tailor it to those answers.
I just wanted to add a very brief comment to the comment on Gaza, just again to warn that on this issue of ceasefires, you really cannot generalize. So in the case of Gaza, you have the most horrific situation the world has seen for a very long time, and the urgency of the ceasefire could not be greater. But also, which is the point I want to make, in the examples I was mentioning, things worked on the basis of, as the phrase goes, talking while fighting. So you're talking and you have a channel and you're fighting. But this has never been the case in Gaza because they've never talked seriously about the solution. So it's purely military. And so you're not going to, so what I just said is not at all valid for the case of Gaza, where you need to basically stop immediately.
So I know that we still have several hands that want to get in questions, but we are at the lunch hour. So the good news is there will be plenty of time to speak to our panelists there. And I ask all of you to please join me in thanking our three panelists for sharing their insights.
Say that we're very sad that Claire could not be with us. But anyway, very glad to see you on the screen.
Sorry,
It was lovely.
Claire, I missed your final intervention, so please go ahead.
Well, no, just very quickly, I wanted to add on the Gaza point. Obviously, this is a subject very close to my heart, and we've also been working on it for a little while. It's, to me, a prime example of how in negotiations, sometimes the way of getting somewhere is not to chase it exclusively. We've been chasing a ceasefire exclusively in Gaza. It's very hard, though, to imagine how one gets to a sustainable and lasting ceasefire if there isn't some clarity on the politics, on political solutions, on political horizon for Palestinians. All of these are fundamental questions. And the conviction that somehow a ceasefire could be negotiated and hold and be sustained without answers to some of these bigger questions, to me seems just, well, I mean, also now we are more than a year in, and we still haven't managed to get that fundamental basic ceasefire, I think because of the absence of a broader political consensus. So it goes back to the point that Sergio was saying, really, ceasefires are important parts of processes, but they spring from the political decisions. They are not a substitute for political decisions in negotiations. There has to be a political horizon, otherwise we won't reach them or they won't last. And Gaza, to me, is a prime example of that, and a particularly deeply tragic one.
And thank you so much to everyone. And Deborah can correct me, but I believe lunch is now served.
Take care all.
And we will pick up again at 1:30. See you all then.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. Welcome to our new guests here today. I am delighted to welcome you to our first session of the afternoon. My name is Dani Gilbert. I'm an assistant professor in the political science department here at Northwestern. I'm thrilled to be a part of today's fascinating set of discussions about international negotiations and diplomacy. I am joined by an esteemed and exceptional group of practitioners here on the stage with me. You have their bios in the program, so I will let you all read about them as they talk about their experiences. But the focus of our first conversation this afternoon is going to be about the role of actors in multilateral peacemaking. So I will turn first to Bill for his 5 minutes of opening remarks. Each of our participants will start with about 5 minutes of talking about this theme, and the goal of these opening remarks is to lead us toward actionable take-home lessons that can inform policy briefs. So, Bill.
Dani, thank you. It's great to be here with you guys and this group. And we're going to talk about actors, and we'll talk about topics that actors act on. But let me just do one thing at the beginning, which is to talk about, we talked a lot about lessons learned. And Sergio, you mentioned, Deborah mentioned at the beginning that something like less than a fifth of the conflicts that she looked at had to do were interstate, which means 4/5 or intrastate. And we've talked a lot about intrastate conflicts and how to deal with them. But there's a difference, I think, on my one issue, of course, is on Ukraine. And so it seems to me that a lot of what we've talked about has to be in the context of interstate. And that is, it's the Russians, as we know, who invaded Ukraine in 2014, then 2022. And their goal, the Russian goal, the Putin goal, has been very clear from the outset, which is to eliminate the country, eliminate Ukraine, to wipe it off. And so the idea of negotiating or finding common ground in that kind of a situation speaks for itself. You know, you don't find common ground with someone who wants to eliminate you. So the lessons learned seem like to me are going to be important. The other question then is getting to your question about actors. The actors here are going to be the Ukrainians and the Russians, clearly in the first instance. And then the Americans are playing a role at this point. The Americans didn't play a big role in these negotiations in the previous administration, in the Biden administration. The Biden administration did a whole lot to support Ukraine and to get them where they are now. But they didn't put themselves actively engaged in the negotiations, which the Trump administration has. And the Trump administration has, you know, President Trump, Donald Trump said in the campaign, of course, 24 hours. Everybody understood that that was not possible, but that did say that this was a high priority, and it's continued to be a high priority for this administration. And we can see it going on in Saudi Arabia right now. And these talks that I'm sure we'll have a conversation about have made some progress. It made some progress in getting the Russians to come to the table. This was not obvious because, as I say, the Russians differ from some of these other conflicts in that they have a goal, which is incompatible with the existence of the Ukrainian nation. So there are some things then where the actors in the negotiations that will be addressed. That is, the Ukrainians and the Russians will clearly have to address this ceasefire. The Ukrainians and Russians will have to address the return of children. And again, we've talked about how Putin is an indicted war criminal, having abducted, kidnapped some 19,000, probably more Ukrainian children, taking them into Russia. But that, and return of POWs and other civilians that are being held. So those are clearly bilateral issues, some of which have already been prisoner exchanges, so we know that can happen. There are other issues, though, where the actors will be different. And that is on things like the security of Ukraine during a ceasefire. One of the ways to provide security to Ukraine during a ceasefire will be the Europeans stepping up and putting together some kind of a force, possibly even on the ground. Tor, you can talk about how realistic this is, but nonetheless, there are serious conversations about a deterrent force. The Europeans would organize, are organizing, and even planning to fund that would be on the ground to deter the Russians from breaking the ceasefire or invading again, but to deter. So it's a serious force. That's not to be discussed with the Russians. The Russians aren't in that negotiation. There are arguments for a peacekeeping force, a monitoring and verification force that the UN might endorse. And the Russians ought to be in that, of course, that kind of monitoring and verification. But on the deterrent force, no. Similarly, that we've talked a little bit yesterday about frozen Russian assets in Western banks. $300 billion in Western banks that ought to be used to both allow Ukrainians to continue to defend themselves against the Russians, but also to reconstruct their nation once the ceasefire holds or the settlement comes. That shouldn't be discussed with the Russians. The Russians don't get to talk about that. There are other issues that will have different actors, and they will have to do with other elements of European security after this war is either resolved or stabilized or something. And that is, and the Europeans obviously have a role in that, and the Russians and the Ukrainians have a role, and the Americans, of course. And those conversations about where forces are deployed. It could conceivably be that the Russians would say, okay, no nuclear weapons in Ukraine. And NATO could say, okay, no nuclear weapons in the western part of Russia. But there could be some kind of, those actors, the actors in that conversation clearly include NATO. Again, one of the other issues, talking about NATO and the EU, is where Ukraine ends up. Ukraine's clearly on track to join the European Union. The Russians don't get a say in that. I would suggest, I argue, I propose that this NATO membership is still on the table for Ukraine. The Russians don't get a say in that. They don't get a veto. They don't get a vote. And that's between the Ukrainians and the NATO members. All to say that there are different tables, if you will, or different issues that could be addressed. And some of them are Russian-Ukraine, some of them are Russia-Ukraine, Europe, with the Americans in that. Last thing they'll say, that I look forward to Torrance way, is on your policy message. Policy message that I hope, and Carlos I know is writing up the first draft of this thing. So policy message is, in order to get to this ceasefire, and we can talk about this ceasefire, but in order to get that, President Trump is going to have to lean on President Putin. And he's got leverage to do that. But Putin, for the reasons that I said earlier, what his end goal is, which has been demonstrated, he is not coming to the table without the pressure from President Trump. So that should be the policy thing. Carlos, you got that? Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Over to you, Tor.
Thanks. I just want to start with how the kind of framework of international cooperation have changed dramatically over the last half year. I mean, since 20 January, 3,840 billion US dollars have been shaved off the American tech companies in their values. The money available into the international system is going down for two reasons. The fallout of the American support for humanitarian operation is very significant and has a massive blow on the financing of the whole humanitarian system when it comes to what the UN can do. It is 6 weeks since World Food Programme had any contact on phone or otherwise with the new administration, and World Food Programme was the favorite pet of USAID. That affects food delivery globally through the UN system. Secondly, we have a marching out of WHO as a key factor in handling international crises in the health sector, and we don't know how to compensate for that. We don't know how in the different theaters globally to kind of match up the shortfall of the American money. And the attention internationally has changed. I mean, there is no parliament in Europe that is not pushing up the defense spending. There is no parliament in Europe that is not increasing their support for Ukraine. And there is a general cut down in multilateral budgets. So the world we had half a year ago is not with us anymore in the same way. And I don't expect the US to pay their funding to WTO, World Trade Organization, meaning that a significant part of the world we knew is not with us anymore. So how do we deal with that? Because the multilateral system has been the way we have organized part of dealing with conflicts. We have had multilateral platforms for whatever we have been doing. The funding to UN is in danger, kind of generally, as a result of deliberate decision taken. And there is a serious discussion about how many headquarters UN can maintain in the couple of coming years. There is no substitute for that shortfall through the international humanitarian system or to peace initiatives driven by different groups and organizations to interact in conflicts globally. So this is where we are, and the question is, how do we deal with it? There are some constants that would not change for this reason. The constants are the following. If you want to go in and try to resolve issues, you need to have the knowledge of the conflict, as has been underlined by a lot of my colleagues here during the last 2 days. You need to know the history, and you need to have a plan. All these things are with us, but we don't have the same instruments available for supporting it. So we have to be smarter, we have to be more effective, and we have to get whatever we have left of institutional frameworks to work better. So, am I pessimistic on this? Well, I'm just looking at this now from my Middle East background. And if I look at that, there has been some significant changes since the heydays of the 90s. The heydays of the 90s had two parties that wanted to resolve a conflict. We had a region supporting those initiatives financially, very much driven by the influence of US and driven by the US. Now, we had the support also of Europe to build up the capacity of one of the parties towards a kind of state-like entity. And it had its heyday in 2011, 2012 under Salam Fayyad. So all that fell apart and we have to restart. And now we're in a situation where the Palestinians have difficulties in sorting out their legs in a common strategy. The Israeli government doesn't want a state anymore, and they're driven by their own government. That's a reality, and this is a reality we have to kind of sort out. But now, in a very different way, US, and in particular Europe, is engaging very differently. We are not the kind of pillars of progress in the Middle East efforts. Those with a sway are in the region. But the region is eagerly sitting, looking at what I call the shave of the tech companies and the restructuring of international work. So we can go a little bit deeper into it, but these realities are with us, and we need to relate to them, and we cannot do our diplomatic work exactly in the same way, through the same structures as we have been doing for the last 20 years.
Thank you, Tor. Schweib.
It's on. Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor to be part of this panel. So I see myself as slightly having a different perspective on my lived experience, meaning the role I played was not of a third party. I was party to the conflict. I was a member of the delegation who was fighting against the Taliban and who was negotiating with the Taliban. And so I stand before you today with a very strong sense of defeat and betrayal, meaning the sense of defeat lives on in me and people in my generation who were a part of the reconstruction story of the past 20 years because we were defeated by a weaker enemy whose primary goal and objective over the past 20 years was to maximize violence against soft targets, civilian targets, schools, hospitals, clinics, with the sole objective of spreading terror. And the sense of betrayal is due to the fact that we were essentially blindfolded and our hands tied behind our backs, forced into a so-called peace process, which was essentially designed with our maximum disadvantage, if not failure, in mind. So that is my perspective. So I'd like to do a few things in the remaining 3 minutes and 50 seconds of 30 seconds. Right. I'm an engineer, so I'm going to try to cut off when it's 5. I'd like to contextualize the Afghanistan conflict a little bit, and then I'd like to talk about 2 things. What happens in Afghanistan does not stay in Afghanistan. So anybody from any conflict would like to overplay the relevance of their country, but Afghanistan over the past 40-odd years, after the communist coup, which led to the Soviet invasion, leading to the global response, and then the rise of the Taliban after the Civil War, and then 9/11, and the past 20 years and the final collapse. And so the world cannot ignore what's happening in Afghanistan. We just have a way of creeping back to relevance, and unfortunately for all the wrong reasons. So that's one piece of context. The second piece of context is our conflict is extremely open and vulnerable to regional proxies. And the drivers of the conflict are beyond the geography and boundaries of Afghanistan. So what that means is, to address that conflict, you need to address the drivers beyond the boundaries of the country. So those 2 are for context. Now, the 2 things I want to mention. First is agency, which I think, from where I'm sitting and from what we experienced, we're watching unravel in Ukraine. If you lose control of your war, you will lose control of your peace. Our dependency on American and NATO military might, resources, intelligence sharing, air support, training, combat capabilities, became absolute. We did not have the foresight or the capacity to be able to chart even a pseudo-independent alternative or a fallback. And so that crippled our ability to respond to the Doha peace process and the Trump administration's insistence that we take part. And I'll get into the details perhaps if there's opportunity in the Q&A. The second piece, the second issue I want to talk about a little bit is the design and the actors, going back to the issue of context. So the Doha process, which was essentially a cooked up reason to negotiate with the Taliban when there was no fundamental need to, if the Americans wanted to leave, the Kabul government was very clear. If you want to leave, we are your partners, we will negotiate the terms and you leave. There's no problem. We're not telling you to stay here forever. That's not the conversation. What is the need to prop up our enemy and undermine our legitimacy? And so the Doha peace process excluded the regional players and drivers of the conflict. And so there was a fear that when US would withdraw from Afghanistan, they would leave behind a state, whether it's a political settlement between the Taliban and the government, or the Taliban or whatever, which still has a Western agenda in mind, undermining or threatening regional stability. And so, counter to Doha, the Moscow process started. The Iranians started inviting the Taliban. And so all these different actors started leaning in and influencing the process in a destructive manner. So I think in terms of the actors involved, we have to be very mindful of identifying the drivers of the conflict and then designing a process which is inclusive in a meaningful manner. I'll just touch very quickly on the issue of mediation. Neither parties, the government of Afghanistan or the Taliban, accepted mediation. We refused to have a mediator. Neither side wanted to reduce our ability to negotiate or walk away from the negotiating table, despite the fact that there was de facto mediation happening by the Americans and to an extent by the Qataris. Very frustrating, but it was happening. So in hindsight, perhaps that was also something that could have been done differently. So I'll just stop there.
Excellent. Thank you, three, for those very efficient and incredibly insightful opening remarks. So I have some abstract questions for you. I have some practical questions for you, but I want to start us off addressing the elephant in the room, or not the elephant in the room, because I think it's come up throughout the day and throughout your remarks, that we'd be remiss to not talk about the changing circumstances in negotiation and in the international order. I heard all of you talking about the role of the United States, the role of different kinds of regional partners, of international organizations. So I'd be grateful for all of you to reflect on how are you feeling in this moment about the role of these different kinds of actors, and what will the consequences be for negotiations in your various areas of expertise because of these changing powers? Whoever wants to take it first.
Glad to start, because I've hinted at that already, Danny. Thank you. That is, the Trump administration has engaged in these negotiations by pulling both sides to the table, has made some progress, in particular on the Ukrainian side, where President Zelensky righted his ship and now agrees with the Ukrainians and Americans. Zelensky and Trump agree on a proposal for a ceasefire. Trump took it to Putin, who said no. Trump agreed with Putin to do it less than a full ceasefire, a 30-day cross-border ceasefire, and agreed to energy infrastructure. Some people thought it was actually, the Americans thought it was energy and infrastructure, but we talked earlier about who does the notes, and this is an example of two different sides taking different notes. But the general point is there is, the Americans are engaged. Now, I would think that their position would be stronger if they had the Europeans engaged with them. And I suspect that will come. I think that will happen to come. But I think that, again, is a step toward some kind of resolution. Maybe it's just ceasefire. And again, this whole business of the Russians being uncompromising on what their goal is, making a settlement, a compromise settlement, very difficult to achieve. But a ceasefire, this is a little bit different from what we were talking about in the last panel. I mean, there might be some advantage to having a ceasefire here that was enforced by this deterrent, even if there's not the settlement, the political horizon that you guys talk about in the Middle East. Stop both sides, but the point is the actors there will be reinforced if the Europeans are joined.
I think the best answer to your question is I have absolutely no clue about what will happen tomorrow. I had absolutely no clue that Dow Jones will fall with another 4% up until now today. We have absolutely no clue on how the current dynamics around trade issues, financial issues, and how they impact international interactions will roll out over the next 3 to 4 weeks. we are sitting trying to manage the unexpected. And let's be very clear on this. I mean, this is not a game anymore. It's a reality unfolding in front of our eyes. And I think some of the things that are happening will be a part of the curriculum at this place on how you play international affairs. Well, I am happy to note that there are mobilization to resolve one of the key problems we are sitting with international, namely the Ukraine situation. I mean, we can discuss in the details how this is unfolding and how we can do it, whether the UN Security Council can come in and kind of ink the framework of an agreement. I don't really know how that is working out. So we are sitting trying to manage or to resolve conflicts in Europe and globally with a system that is functioning in a very different way. So then, let me put it that way, the international diplomatic system is going through a stress test that we haven't had on our lap for a long, long time. The international humanitarian system is actually in disarray. And we don't know how to kind of reshuffle the responsibilities anymore. We are trying to cope. And the platforms we normally were using for addressing different challenges doesn't function in the same way anymore. So it is not only those of us who are involved in negotiations that are bewildered, but I can tell you, the politicians, they don't have a clue either. On the global issues and how to deal with it. So we are in very fluid times. So what you normally do then is not to do stupid stuff and not to do stupid stuff fast. And I think if we avoid doing stupid stuff fast, we may be able to maneuver the corners here. But God forbid that anyone is coming up with massively creative idea on how to have a quick fix. And God forbid that any of those doing that has a massive power, because then we are really in for a ride.
I couldn't agree more. I'll just add two things. First, I think that there's a lot of space created for non-state actors who benefit from this chaos in the global order and the unpredictability of what's going to happen and who's in charge. Does Washington care? Do they not care? They're busy. Let us play our game a bit more aggressively. So we're going to see, maybe not immediately, but in the near future, some of these conflicts take on a new level of escalation, possibly. That's one point. The second point is, I think the conversation with Trump tended to be, oh, we just have to survive this administration. We just have to not do anything stupid. We have to be calm. We have to maintain our relationships because it's a 4-year cycle, and then, you know, things will go back to normal or at least resemble something that's more familiar. I think that question no longer applies because we are now moving beyond a point of no return. The new equilibrium of global order, whether it's in the sphere of diplomacy or development, will establish a new reality where allies of yesterday can no longer count on the same assumptions they did before. I mean, flying to Chicago from Toronto, I can tell you the sentiments are very different than how they were last year. And this is Canada we're talking about. We're not even crossing the ocean. So the farther you go, the worse it gets. And so that recalibration, you don't know which direction it'll take. But I think with a higher level of certainty, we can claim that it will no longer look familiar. So at least that's a consensus that is slowly shaping.
Thank you all so much. I'm going to shift from the current events to ask you about lessons from your own negotiations and experience about individual actors. So Schweib for negotiators, for Bill and Tor as mediators. What makes a good mediator, or what's nice to have, versus what is harmful in a mediator or a negotiator? We have laughter up here.
Listen, it helps to have fluke. And it's totally underestimated. I mean, don't think that negotiators are always that clever, however experienced they are. A lot of the really good agreements is coming out of nowhere, and it's coming out of fluke. Let's just kind of admit it. But it's easier to have that fortune if you're well prepared than if you have no absolute knowledge about anything. So the problem is that if we have too many people not knowing what they're doing, hoping to have fluke, it won't happen. And it won't happen that easily. So here, the way I see it now is, instead of trying to reset a system that may be somehow beyond repair, let's try to focus on how to resolve some of the key conflicts and put our resources into that together in order to get them off the table. I mean, I could engage in a lot of discussions about the funding of the UN system. Well, that's an exercise that is important. More important is it to mobilize whatever resources you have to fix the key conflicts that we know about, that are very difficult to address, but nevertheless amass the capacity and the capability of negotiators and states to engage and to fix. Because we need to kind of make different notes, and we need to make different arrangements in order to deal with these conflicts. Because we don't have the system available anymore, so we have to create a new way of focusing. And I think if we fail doing that, it will get worse very fast. So the way I see it is that, okay, let's do Ukraine, let's do Palestine, let's do Afghanistan, let's do the stabilization of the region in the Middle East, let's look at some of the hotspots in Africa. Let's try to find a way on how to put our acts together to address it and to change it for the better. And let's not focus too much about something we can't do anything with anyway, given the circumstances. Because if we are not doing that, if we are not doing exactly that, we'll not resolve conflicts and the system will not get better. So that's my way of thinking.
Let's share a very quick story of Doha round one. We were at a deadlock with the Taliban on the guidelines. The actual agenda negotiations hadn't even started. So that was a deadlock. And then Donald Trump lost the election. And so the Taliban panicked because they were like, okay, we signed a deal with the Trump administration. There's a chance that they might renege on the deal. And so to show some progress, they were willing to agree on the points where we had a deadlock. There were 3 or 4 points. So there was a dinner, smaller group. from both delegations, and a common text was agreed upon. But something very interesting happened, which was this engagement was initiated solely from the Taliban side, members of the delegation, with our side, without the knowledge or approval or endorsement of the hosts, which were the Qataris. And so once the text was agreed upon, the Taliban were like, okay, so now we have to make it look like the Qataris mediated this. And so the next day, a script was agreed upon the night before. A contact was made. The Qatari delegation was there, and a text was proposed. All this is agreed upon previously, of course. And the Qataris communicated this, and our side agreed. And the only condition was that the hosts, the Qatari government, allow both parties to consult with leadership before this is made public. And so, to the mediation issue, and so the Qataris were like, of course, this is absolutely. And so, in that evening, the deadlock was broken, but there was supposed to be some time to go and get a buy-in from our leadership, which is supposed to be a week or so. And there's a phone call from Doha to Kabul. And President Ashraf Ghani gets a call. Congratulations, Mr. President. What happened? The deadlock is broken. We have a deal. And President Ghani loses it because it's all about control. What did you agree? What did you sign? And the mediator's role was to protect the process and to protect any agreement made. But in fact, because of a variety of reasons, they had their own agenda, their own way of doing things. That was not the case. So a mediator need not have their own agenda, need not have their own goals and objectives. If they do, it just adds a dimension of complexity to an already complex situation.
Go ahead. So on the Minsk agreements, we had you had the French and the Germans that were trying to play this role. By all accounts, not very successfully. Another example, we organized a track 2 discussion with senior Ukrainians, senior Russians, and senior Americans in Berlin. This was in 2017, 2018, just looking at Donbass, not even on Crimea. And we first sat down, and the Russian delegation said, well, we're not involved in this. It's just those separatists down there. And we said two things. One is, let's be serious. If we're not going to be serious, then we can all leave right now. This is the first day. But second is, we said, look, these discussions, and this gets to Shoaib's point, that these discussions are totally confidential. We will deny being here. We will deny any. So you can speak. You can talk. You can go diverge from the party line, from the Moscow line. They didn't fully, but they did. They said, you're right. We are involved, and we came up with actually some good. So, but I think that was because the Americans, to answer your question, we were able to say, look, we've got to be clear with each other. We've got to understand each other, and if not, we're out of here.
So I'm thinking a lot about Kate's comments from last night about the role of women in these processes, and Sergio's comments this morning about the role of victims. So I'm hoping that you can all tell us about the roles of different kinds of groups in society that play in these negotiations. So women's groups, youth groups, tribal groups, indigenous groups, labor, who's playing a role in shaping the outcome of these kinds of negotiations? Take it first.
Listen, before, when we had some of these more brief wars in Gaza, like in 2008, 2009, 2012, 21, when we had a temporary ceasefire, we knew that our best friends were the women in Gaza. Because the mothers called in their sons and said, we have had enough, please go back home, sit down, go to school, don't engage. That sort of dynamics we've had, and we actually worked from that as a premise that if it had lasted for a while and we had a ceasefire, the mothers were the guarantors in Gaza. And it was real. It was real. I know the group Lion's Den in Nablus very well. They were a group of young kids that operated more or less kind of locally. And we had an organized, and I was not involved in that, there were some EU guys that managed to get some of the leaders in Lion's Den to come to their office for a conversation on how to off-ramp the tension in Nablus. So at the end of that conversation, the EU diplomat, lady diplomat, said to the boys, they were 16 to 18, so said, who are you afraid of? Are you afraid of the Israelis? And I said, no. Are you afraid of the Fatah security forces? And they said, not at all. And then they said, who are you afraid of? And I said, my mother. Well, I mean, I'm not underestimating that role at all. But what I see is that we have had no ability in the Middle Eastern context and in the Israeli-Palestinian context to engage that force in a very systematic way. What I do see, however, is that the dynamics internally on the Israeli side, in particular relating to the stability of the governance system in Israel, has been driven across the board with women as major participants. And in the current unresolved situation in Gaza, it is the mothers of the hostages that is actually the drivers of fixing the conflict in Gaza fast. There are many others involved, but I can assure you that the voices of the mothers is a very significant element in the calculus of the Israeli Prime Minister, to the extent that he's making that sort of calculus at all. So they're important. The second thing is that we are about in the Middle East to lose the youngsters. And there is a disconnect between the generations that made the old ceasefires and their sons and their grandsons. They don't feel committed to what their grandfathers or their fathers committed to in any ceasefire for as long as this conflict is lasting. So there is a generational gap. We saw it very clearly in Cairo during the Arab Spring. I was there. We saw it in Tunisia and other places. That gap has not been fixed. So if we are not kind of looking at that as a possible resource, we are doing a mistake.
I'll be very quick on this. So, as of today, the primary platform opposing the Taliban, raising awareness globally, and essentially pressuring global capitals into not recognizing the Taliban and maintaining the pressure. All these platforms are led by the women of Afghanistan, whether inside or outside. And so one of the core issues on the agenda which we were preparing for, was the constitutional issue of protecting the human rights of all citizens, particularly focusing on women's rights. Track twos, victims groups, a lot of preparation done, negotiating team made sure that the members represented as much as possible. The problem was that we did all this preparation and we had all these side mechanisms going on. We showed up and there was no track one. The deal was already made. All the leverage was given away. The guarantee that the withdrawal will happen in a 14-month timeline was signed, sealed, delivered. That's it. The Taliban were like, it's like shadow puppets. They're just making movements. We're not negotiating with you. We already have a deal with the Americans. Wake up. We were like, no, you have to. So what leverage did we have? We had the ability to take the war to the Taliban through our national army. This goes back to the agency issue. The Americans essentially forced us into a defensive posture, removed air support, and minimized intelligence sharing. So we couldn't take the fight to the Taliban to preserve the process, A. B, the commitment to withdraw was guaranteed. There was no conditions attached to it. So all the Taliban had to do was wait it out. And that's what happened essentially when the direct negotiations began. And so we were robbed of the opportunity to actually negotiate. And then we were forced to release 1,000 Taliban prisoners who all went back to the front lines, and then the momentum of the fight changed on the ground. So the opportunity to be able to negotiate women's rights, transitional justice, protect human rights, was unfortunately taken away because we were told that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, which at the end of the day meant nothing.
Will also be short. In Ukraine, it's not, there are individual groups, but it's the people, it's the population, it's the citizens of Ukraine that have an incredible effect on positive and negative on the president. The president listens carefully to the people. There's a tight bond there, and it's civil society. It's all kinds of groups, and they're a strong voice, and they have as Pablo mentioned yesterday, they have a strong voice in all of those decisions.
I'm going to ask one more question, and then I will open it up and take some audience questions for the remainder of our time. I know that we have a lot of Northwestern students here with us in the audience today, and I would love if you could share your advice for young people who are interested in getting involved in this kind of work. What is the path to get to where you are, and what advice do you have for people in this current world context who want to do this kind of work?
There are a lot of different ways to engage. There are a lot of different ways to serve. You can serve in the private sector, public sector. There are a lot of concerns right now about what's going on in Washington. So I can understand students thinking carefully about that. However, as I think Chris Hill said, this can be the most exciting part of your life. This is if you participate in some of these kinds of conversations and negotiations and mediations that we've been talking about the last day and a half, this is a major contribution to the world. So there's a great opportunity to do that.
For God's sake, go for it. And I'm very serious on this. There is one thing that I'm very sure about, that the chaos of today may change in a different way in the days, weeks, and years ahead of us. So at the moment you would like to be an international operator, you have to go for it. And you have to do it in a very serious way. Because the point is, and that is one of my key experiences from the work I've been doing, I have never had any serious team with me that does not have very young diplomats inside it. Why? Because you are much quicker, you have a much better understanding on how to kind of combine information. And I mean, I'm the last analog diplomat in the Norwegian Foreign Service. So I cannot do what you can do. And then you need to have someone in the middle that has 10 years of experience. And then you need, on top of that pyramid, to take all the responsibility for the failures, and you need to guarantee that in a solid way with what you have in your team, because otherwise you're useless as a negotiator. And the final thing is the following. You need to have ladies in your team. And I'll tell you why. I have been sitting in these small rooms so many times with a female colleague in my team coming out of a meeting, and I've seen that what they have experienced in that meeting and what they have observed is in a qualitative way different from my own experience of the same meeting. So if you don't have all that sort of broad magnitude of impressions and you put it together on a one-pager, you will not be good. That's why you have to go in, because we need you. All this like me need guys like you. So go for it.
I'm not a career negotiator or mediator. I just happened to stumble upon this role. But the only piece of advice I guess I'd have is that it is extremely meaningful work. You will, because it's extremely consequential, and it will define who you are for the better, in all likelihood, not for the worse. So it definitely requires a certain caliber of human being to not just enter this field, but to stay in it and to persevere. And so I would also chime in saying, just go for it, but be ready for the ride of your lifetime.
Fantastic. So I'd like to take some questions. I think I'll take 2 at a time, and then you can kind of answer whatever speaks to you. Yes. And everyone, please, if you don't mind, introduce yourselves when you ask your question so that we all know where your question is coming from. First one is up here.
Thank you. Thank you for a very rich and frank conversation. My name is Mkhaymar Abu Saada. I'm Palestinian from Gaza and a visiting scholar here at Northwestern University. 2 questions, very quick. My first question is to Mr. Taylor. At the beginning of your conversation, you indicated that Putin's goal is to eliminate Ukraine, is to wipe it out. Now, I'm not going to ask whether the president, the US president, and the team around him, do they know? I mean, I'm sure they know that. Now, what makes them think that they're going to make Putin change his mind? And my second question is toward Mr. Winsland. I know in your capacity as a former UN coordinator for the Middle East peace process, you've negotiated with Hamas many times during many tensions between 2008 and until 2023. What do you think that will make Hamas at one point make the concessions that are needed to have a ceasefire? Thank you.
Great. And I'll take one more hand in the back.
Communication Studies here at Northwestern. I'm an international student. I don't know how much to say about the Trump administration. I will try and rephrase my question to be careful. I want to ask Mr. Rahim, when you started, you kind of blamed the United States or the Trump administration for weakening your government by negotiating with Taliban. And
It was definitely.
So we have both, in the panel, we have people who are both negotiators and who are mediators. And I want to ask, are there actors that should not be involved in the process when you are kind of designing these talks? You know, was it, from the mediator's point of view, was it wrong involving the Taliban at that time?
To take whatever question. Yeah.
Okay, so
Schweib.
so I'll say two things. The first thing is that I hold ourselves, Afghanistan, its political leadership, and all those involved primarily responsible for what happened. I am not of the opinion that this was the fault of others to begin with. If we had better leadership, if we had a bit more unity, a bit more care, and were able to see beyond the selfish short-term interests, we could have seen a different outcome. That said, the process was designed in an extremely destructive way, putting us at a disadvantage, eventually resulting in the collapse. So, you know, the blame does lay on the U.S. administration. Started with Trump and got Biden's approval, and he implemented it very, very poorly. I would say that for the second part of your question, specifically for us, we wanted to be in the room when the U.S. was negotiating with the Taliban, because we were the party to the conflict. But similar to the conversations we're hearing today in Ukraine, we were not offered a seat at the table. And the assurances we were given was that, oh, we will take care of this for you, your turn will come, let us negotiate with the Taliban on certain elements, and then this is a two-phased approach. In the second phase, you can work out the details. And this essentially was an excuse used to sideline us. We were pushing for a tripartite format where we would also be there and agree on anything before it is finalized. And so with that in mind, everybody wants to exclude another party to weaken them. But the Taliban got their way. The Taliban's condition for starting negotiation with the Taliban was that nobody from the government be a part of this, and we talk directly to you. And so they got their way. But if your question is more theoretical, should you ever exclude, then it depends on the context. Depends on the context, I suppose. But I'm definitely more in favor of an inclusive approach.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And on the Ukraine side, it's a little different. That is, it's, as I understand it, it's kind of two bilaterals. Shuttled, you know, both in the same hotel. You know, Americans go to one floor and talk, and go downstairs and talk. That kind of thing. We'll see how that evolves on that question. But on this question about does the Trump team understand what's really motivating Putin, as he has written and said over and over about his goal with regard to Ukraine? I think yes, but they think apparently that they can either negotiate or pressure Putin and the Russians into a ceasefire in the first instance, and maybe even broader. They think they can use that leverage in order to bring them around anyway. I think they will fail. I think Putin has already demonstrated that he's the problem. Putin is the problem in all of these conversations, just on these little ceasefire questions in the Black Sea, and energy. And that will be clearer and clearer to President Trump and his team. And I think that will result in them losing patience. We've already gotten some indication that President Trump is pissed off, he says, about Putin. And that will lead then to more pressure on Putin. That's where I think this goes.
Well, if you don't like spoilers, you have nothing to do in a conflict. Dealing with spoilers are absolutely fundamental to any conflict resolution. You don't have to love them, you don't have to like them, but you need to deal with them. So you may like that they're trying to intrude, doesn't matter. You will have to deal with it. That's how life is when you're into a serious conflict. So, good luck. When it comes to my dealings with Hamas, yes, it's correct. I've been dealing with these guys for 20 years, and all of them with two exceptions. So, can you make an arrangement or a deal with them? Yes, you can. But you have to find and define where their interest is. Because if you don't have that very clear, you will be taken for a ride. They're pretty good negotiators, and they keep their inner circles intact and operational. That is very different from what we see on the Fatah side, where they don't have the same negotiating discipline, and they can be very difficult to kind of lock in deals with. Having said that, if you're going to deal with Hamas in the context of the Israeli-Palestinian problem, you have to define where you would like to have them from some different perspectives. At the moment, it is fully possible to think that an arrangement on what you do in Gaza and the West Bank can come into place, given the fact that they are seriously weakened. And their masters of support are also seriously weakened, whether they are in Lebanon or in Iran or elsewhere. Hamas has not been so weak ever since I started to deal with them. So it's fully possible. But they cannot have it all the way. They cannot have the cake and eat it at the same time. So can you do that arrangement? Yes, you can. But you have to define what you want and how you place them in right order. Well, I can tell you one thing. The most difficult ones to deal with are actually the Israelis. Not because they do things you don't like, or they go over the top and all that, but their system is so complicated. So you will have, whenever you deal with the Israelis, you will have 3 or 4 different strategies inside the Israeli system. And you never know which of these part of the system will prevail at the end of the day. And you cannot exclude that they lie you in your face. So it's a little bit complicated, and it's not only Hamas that is complicated. That's how it is to deal with them and the others.
Excellent. I'll take another batch of 2 questions from people we haven't heard from before. One for the gentleman there in the glasses, and one to James there.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaron Gambrok. I'm a research associate at the Tel Aviv think tank. My question is kind of a general assessment to all the speakers, to all the esteemed speakers. Can you make an assessment, not a prediction, of course, comparing the first Trump administration and second Trump administration and the efforts of negotiation? We know there were negotiations on Afghanistan, not very successful. North Korea, who remembers that, these pictures, and today North Korea troops are already in Ukraine, almost. On the other hand, Abraham Accords. So what would you say when you look at Ukraine, Iran, of course, Israel, Palestine? What are your assessments of what will happen during this administration, given that we have a more experienced president? Thank you.
Hi, my name is James. I'm a senior at Northwestern. It seems like in the context of the last few months, the agreement is that the U.S. has irreversibly altered their global position in the global order. Do you believe that in future peace negotiations, the U.S. will play a smaller part in negotiating, that a new hegemonic or global superpower like the EU or China will play a bigger part, or perhaps that global policing or global actors will play a smaller part in future peace negotiations?
Okay, on the comparison of the first and second Trump administration, just on the Ukraine side, obviously big change in circumstances between the first Trump administration. Of course, the Russians had invaded Crimea and Donbass and were occupying. Low-level war, low-level from relative terms. I mean, if you're one of the 14,000 Ukrainians who died, or one of the 14,000 Ukrainian families, it was not so low level. But that was when Trump's first administration, and he did, he provided javelins, which the Obama administration wouldn't do, in the second administration, as I said, he's taken a much more aggressive, engaged position in trying to bring it to a close, Hopefully, I hope that he will do it in a way that ends up in a just and lasting peace that is a sovereign, democratic, independent European Ukraine. And if he does that, that'll be a major success. We'll stay on that one. We can come back to this question about the global order. But first and second.
So I'll just be very quick on the first and second Trump terms from my perspective. I think that it's very strange. It's strange to characterize it, but I would say that the unpredictability of the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, was something new, and his own staff, whether it was Bolton at NSA or later McMaster, did not know how to implement the decisions made by the president. And so that had ripple effects on the recipient. We did not know whether to trust what was coming out of the National Security Office, because they, similar to us, were constantly looking at Donald Trump's Twitter account. What's going to come out next? Because it's not running through the channels, and it is very unpredictable. The second term, we no longer have that, because the experience, or for what variety of reasons, I think that Donald Trump's team is made up of people who are fully bought into the ideology and to the way Donald Trump operates. So at least there's some consistency in the madness, if that makes any sense. The first Trump administration, you could try to game it. You could try to reason with individuals who had history in the establishment, who you engaged with, depending on the conflict. This time around, that does not seem to be the case. Donald Trump takes a position on Greenland. Everybody takes the same position on Greenland. Donald Trump takes a position on Canada and its annexation and the governorship and the 51st state. Everybody takes a position. And so whether that makes it easier to respond or more difficult, I don't know. But that's one of the differences that I see.
I think it's still early days to make the comparison. And I actually don't know whether the current dynamics may shift internally in the Trump 2 administration. So that's my first observation. My second observation comes from the fact that I was the Norwegian point man dealing with the White House on the Middle East file for 4 years. So, whether I share their views and their strategy is unimportant. What is more important is actually that the Trump 1 administration delivered a result in what we call the strategy outside in. By the normalization agreements, they redrafted a type of strategy that actually the Biden administration tried to continue with, not very successfully. But you cannot take it away that there was a very serious drive in the Trump 1 administration to do something on the Middle East file. So then is the question, do you like what happened or you don't like it? It's immaterial from the point of perspective of being effective in getting stuff done. It remains for me to be seen whether they're able to kind of continue that drive in the area I know more about or not. I take as a point of departure that in the White House in Trump 1, you actually had quite a number of people with a very serious knowledge. Not the knowledge I have, not the priorities Norway had, but nevertheless, they knew where they wanted to go and how to get there. So again, it's early days and I don't want to make too much of any comparison at this point in time. I saw how Trump 1 unraveled during the 4 years. It may happen again for different reasons. So I'm not going to make any serious judgment on that. Will there be other regional actors coming up as a bird phoenix? I think we are more in for black swans than birds from Phoenix at the moment. And I would not put a huge amount of my private money betting on EU to take any lead anywhere except from one place, and that is Ukraine. I'm sure that Europe is completely committed to be a part of a solution in Ukraine. But I'm not sure if they have ability or oxygen to deal with something else.
The only thing I'd say also, James, is that I would agree with Tora that it's too soon to say on whether the U.S. will step up more or less. But if they have some success, in particular on the Ukraine one, with the support of the Europeans, I'm glad to hear you say that, that could encourage them. They could say, we can play a role, we can have an effect. It'll be good for us. You know, President Trump likes to win. You know, if he's on a win, that will be suggesting that he'll move forward on some of these.
Shai, any other thoughts about the question of no? Excellent. Okay, great. To Deborah.
The things that Claire said in the previous panel was that there were too many actors, or rather that there was a proliferation of actors. And I'm wondering if you will comment on that, which I assume meant NGOs as well as international organization, as well as new entrants to peacemaking, UAE, the Qataris.
And I think, did we have a student question on the couch there as well? Yes.
It's sort of a build off of your question, actually, but my question was about how you reconcile the presence of multiple potential third-party mediators who may have conflicting priorities, and how you determine who are those legitimate actors on the table.
Okay. First of all, at the level of track 2 back channels, we have among the Nordics, we have 5. They may compete about the same stuff. Then we have a couple of serious ones in UK. We have one in Belgium. We have one in France. We have two in Spain. And there is a limit of conflicts these guys can be a part of. So they will compete for the same prey, and those who get the money will win. That's negative, okay? So then we have the same competition among the humanitarians for money. If there is a war in Gaza, when I was ambassador for Norway, I mean, the first thing that happened was that the 5 major humanitarian organizations competing about who was the first one to arrive in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with a program they had designed before they started to run. So, I mean, we have a plethora of actors that think they are absolutely brilliant. And they're not. So you have to be very measured when it comes to who do you deal with and how do you deal with it and what do you need. I mean, I'm a state actor and I know how I do that, and I can assure you over 30 years I've become superbly cynical, maybe too much cynical, I admit that. But we cannot change the capacity of state actors with a lot of non-state actors, even if some of them can open doors that state actors cannot open. So we need to have a fairly measured relationship to the plethora of different actors. When it comes to state actors, you need to deal with those you have. And whether they compete or not is irrelevant. You just need to deal with all of them in order to get things fixed. It's two different animals. And you have to kind of admit it.
So you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Specifically for us in Afghanistan, we were approached by the Chinese to start a dialogue process in Beijing. That was entertained and it never materialized. Moscow was able to host the Taliban and non-state political actors a couple of times, but because Kabul, the government wasn't there, it never really gained any momentum. The Iranians were offering their own platform to bring everybody together, and everybody was competing for a process they had access to for leverage. So it became very messy, very difficult. But the main consequence of having a multiplicity of stakeholders and players wanting to mediate and negotiate was that the parties to the conflict, in our case, sometimes the government, sometimes the Taliban, could play each other off against each other. If they didn't get what they want from the Americans, they went to Moscow. And they were like, well, if they didn't, they're like, well, we're going to go to Beijing. If they didn't, so that does not help the actual negotiation and the objective of bringing the war to an end. And so we did not have a good experience in that specific situation.
And Deborah, the only thing I'd say on too many, actually, it's on the Ukraine side, on the Ukraine discussions on ceasefires, it's too few. I mean, for a long time, the Ukrainians were trying to enlist the Chinese to get engaged. And for a long time, the Americans weren't engaged in that kind of discussion, in the actual negotiations. Now they are, and I still think it's too few because I think we still need the Europeans engaged in that so that the Europeans can provide the security guarantee, which will allow the Ukrainians then to be comfortable with a ceasefire.
If you want a lot of chefs in the kitchen, you better run a Michelin restaurant and don't do diplomacy. That is a kind of general rule, and I think it applies very well.
We have about 2 minutes left, so I'm going to take one more question from Olga right there.
Thank you very much. And it's actually, I'm happy that one of the important topics was just barely raised as I raised my hand. We talk a lot about the interest of EU, Europe, and that's understandable, especially given the war in Ukraine. This conflict, the solution is extremely important for Europe. We talk a lot about the interest of the United States, and we're here, right? Logical. What about the elephant in the room? What about China? You mentioned that Ukrainians tried to engage China. Well, not with much, success. But currently, we do see that, for example, the current president, President Trump, is trying to focus on China. And one of the reasons he's trying to find some kind of solution to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine is to actually get to work with, with his, situation in China. China, at the same time, is watching the conflict and maybe sizing up its future with Taiwan. So my question is, with regards to the role of China and its interest that it has in a peaceful solution or freeze, given the potential growth or decline of the role of Russia and its potential reconciliation of its relationship with the United States. Thank you.
About 45 seconds each.
So on China, China's in a difficult position. They have this partnership without limits with Putin, and Putin went to Beijing just before he invaded Ukraine, big time in January, and he went in January just before the February invasion, 2022. And apparently, President Putin didn't tell President Xi that he was about to invade. So there's some distrust between, and the Chinese so far have not provided weapons. The only people who've sold weapons, of course, the Iranians and the North Koreans. So the Chinese and they've resisted getting engaged in this ceasefire talks.
I had a meeting with the permanent representative of China to the UN a year ago before he resigned, and I asked him point blank, what you know about the Middle East? And he said, not a lot. We are not very good on the Middle East, but we will be very good maybe in 40 years. So, they are a player, but not a significant one. But what they're doing with Russia is to bankroll them. So they're significant, but not necessarily in all conflicts.
Any final thoughts? Okay, I'm going to start with logistics, which is that we are about to have a 15-minute coffee break, and I will turn it to Sergio in a second. But I just want to thank Schweib and Tor and Bill for this phenomenal, insightful conversation. Please join me in thanks.
Thank you. Now, before the actors panel ends, because I completely share Tor's assessment of the track 2 competition in Scandinavia and Europe. But as the state actor, let's say, as Shay was saying, we also have to say that there is a state competition. And if you see it at close quarters, it's shocking. In the case of Colombia, we were very disciplined, not to say tough, in how we allowed others to engage, and we gave kind of precise instructions to countries, and even, if I may say so, the UN, if it doesn't sound too arrogant, as to what we needed. But in the case of Afghanistan, as we were advising the delegation, and sure even friends were in Doha, you could see the infighting, the jockeying between the Norwegian delegate, who's a great guy, and the German, who's also a great guy, and the Qataris, and everyone trying to be the ones who own the process. And as a Colombian, I thought, you can't be serious. This is a really serious thing that's going on, let alone the fact that beginning with the US Special Envoy, nobody was doing really anything serious about the neighborhood, which is the first thing you do if you're going to solve the problem. And only when Kabul was about to fall, literally like 3 months before, does the UN send somebody to look at the region with Jean Arnaud, who by coincidence had been in Colombia before, to be the special envoy for the region with Afghanistan. So this is, from the point of view of countries with conflicts like ours, it's a very serious issue, this kind of irresponsible competition among state actors to be the ones who are playing a role. And it's easy to say, well, you need to coordinate, but the question is, how do you actually get this done? In our case, it's because we had a reasonably strong government, a strong president who could do this, but it is actually a source of harm.
I look forward to picking up the mantle for the conversation about implementation after our break. Thank you so much again to our panelists and to audience participation.
We're ready. Quite impressive to still have such a strong audience at the end of the day. So thank you so much for hanging in there. So we have an extraordinarily interesting final panel on implementation. And so ultimately, it is about implementation. So any agreement that we reach or don't manage to find the conditions to open, but which is not implemented, really makes no difference. So that's what we'll try to dive in here. And the other thing I picked up from yesterday is this idea of the balance of time. And as Kate reminded us, however long your negotiation phase may take, you're probably looking at 8 or 9 times for the implementation. So this is a really core part of what we're talking about, and probably something where we, in general, spend a little bit less time analyzing. So this fantastic panel that we have today, you can read about all of them in the bios that are out there, will help us disentangle this. And I sort of thought of it turning a title for a recent publication that I read, and then I turned it on a reflection on Columbia at the Stockholm University a few weeks ago. So we will try to find out what is it that makes us being able to move from shaking hands to a sustainable peace, rather than to fall into the trap of sustaining the hands going into a shaking peace. So that's the order of the day. So we'll start to my left with Professor Abbey. From your experiences, several processes, what are the key lessons learned on implementation that you would draw?
Well, thank you very much, Pontus. When preventing the outbreak of conflict fails, the task then becomes preventing its continuation by peacemaking, which is what we've been discussing for the past couple of days. But yet, a formal agreement between warring parties often does not herald lasting peace. So the task then is implementation. Implementation is often the graveyard of peace agreements. But my basic point is that if we absorb and apply the main lessons we should by now have clearly and painfully learned about peace implementation, we can do better. So let me just outline 6 of these lessons briefly. The first is peacemaking is not an event so much as a process, and signing the agreement is not the end of it. 2 massive outbreaks of deadly conflict in the 1990s followed the failure of peace agreements which had been agreed. I'm thinking, of course, of the Bikesi Agreement, which had been agreed in 1991 in Angola, and you had an outbreak of violence which led to the death of 350,000. And we'd also had a peace agreement in Rwanda. That failed in the 1990s, and we had a genocide in 1994 with the death of around 800,000 people. So it is critical to generate commitment to and ownership of the peace by the warring parties. So their commitments are not just formal, but they're internalized and will last. And of course, this requires will and commitment on the part of mediators and implementers. So peacemaking is not an event, it's so much as a process. The second, I think, lesson
is that some implementation environments are more difficult than others. So successful peace implementation is in part a function of easier environments. And this second point brings me to the third, because it begs the question, what is an easier environment and what is a more difficult environment? So the terms of any accord, and in particular its implementation, has to be sufficiently resilient to deal with those who would try to undermine it or to overturn it. We've had in the previous panels references to spoilers. So you have to have an agreement which is resilient enough to deal with those who would undermine it or who would overturn it, and who are also willing to use force in order to do so. Now, these spoilers can be leaders or they can be factions, but they can also be neighboring states that are hostile to the agreement. And this has been a constant problem in most of the peace settlements that have not held, and we haven't been able to get them to stick. It was a problem in Liberia, where the war went on for 8 years and took 150,000 lives because there was not sufficient attention in these agreements to dealing with spoilers and those who would undermine it. I think in addition to having factions who are opposed to the agreement or neighboring states, there is a third element which can constitute a difficult environment, and that is when hostile actors have access to easily tradable, valuable commodities and can rely on the support of neighboring countries that oppose the peace agreement and can trade these valuable commodities to block the implementation. So that's the third lesson. I think the fourth, for implementation to be successful, a peace agreement must have all the guarantees and commitment of resources that are necessary to make it last. Now, there are different actions that can be considered guarantees. First, you can have observation and verification. That has come up in the context of Ukraine. Observation and verification of compliance with the agreement. You can have a different kind of action which can also constitute a guarantee, which is confidence building measures. Confidence building measures among the parties. And there's a third kind of guarantee, and that has also now been considered in terms of Ukraine, which is the use of force to deter violations. So you need those guarantees. And on the last point, I think about the possible use of force and deterrence, strategic intent is critical to the concept of a security guarantee, because such a strategy of deterrence and such a strategy of deterrence could include the deployment of troops. It could include the deployment of peacekeepers prior to the implementation period. But that strategic intent is critical in a security guarantee. And the fifth, I think, lesson is that sustained mediation support and presence is critical during the implementation phase. It was a point that Betty mentioned this morning, because oftentimes once the agreement has been reached, you do not have a sustained mediation presence, and mediators can provide advice. They can advise on interpreting the agreement. They can also help to maintain international support during the implementation phase, which can be rather lengthy. And if you have the sustained mediation presence during the implementation phase, you can help mediate disputes that arise between the parties. And my sixth and final point is that to stand a chance of success, many implementation tasks have to be pursued simultaneously. Sometimes, of course, there is some sequencing which is necessary in some contexts, but oftentimes in implementation, you have to pursue these tasks simultaneously. So basic security must be established. Physical security, obviously, will always have to be the first priority. But armed groups have to be demobilized and disarmed, and rule of law and access to justice has to be rebuilt. I think rule of law promotion is really important because so much depends on it. A free and a fair political system depends on the rule of law. Public confidence in the police and in the courts, and a functioning economy depends on the rule of law, and the development of civil society. And ultimately, I think mediators and implementers must accept that they have a responsibility to learn. And I would suggest that part of that responsibility to learn would be to learn the lessons of the past and of different implementation challenges.
Thank you very much. That really sets the stage for a very good diving in into these 6 lessons learned. And Kate, yesterday you referred to the length of the implementation, but also the roller coaster of the implementation, the ups and downs of it. And you mentioned this is a process. So what are those lessons learned to manage that roller coaster in that long implementation process?
Thank you, Pontus. It's great to be part of this panel as well this afternoon. I'd like to speak a little bit about the challenges of implementation for the Northern Ireland peace process, peace agreement, the Good Friday Agreement. But maybe just take a little step back before entering into some of those discussions. And one is that for our agreement, it was owned by the 8 out of the 10 parties who participated in the negotiations. 2 parties were against it from the start. And we had a referendum process, the idea being to embed it and imbue it with a sense of public ownership, so that just didn't belong to political parties, but it belonged to people on the ground. And in that referendum, it was a very high turnout, over 80%, and it was a very high vote for yes, 72%. But when we examined that vote very more carefully, it was 60% yes from the unionist community, and it was a 95% yes from the nationalist community. So there was, right from the get-go, there was an asymmetric signing up to the agreement from within the 2 main communities in Northern Ireland. So that's the kind of backdrop for the start of our ride over many years. But I think it's important that you do have that assertion of public ownership at the start, because you really need to build on the momentum. So that vote, and this was the first vote that I ever voted in Northern Ireland where I came out on the winning side. I've never voted before for any political party that actually won an election. So this is a new experience for me and for many other people. But it was important, I think, to make use of the momentum and the sense of moving forward at the beginning, because you need to bank things early because there are precisely so many difficult things ahead. And our process now has been ongoing. This is the 27th year after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement in 1998. And in that, one of the very important institutions that it established was the Northern Ireland Assembly, so a regional parliament. And our agreement was divided into discussions around 3 strands. One was to address the relationships within Northern Ireland, and this was what the Northern Ireland Assembly was set to address. The other was to address relationships between Ireland North and South, between Belfast and Dublin, and strand 3 was the set of relationships between East and West, between London and Dublin, the 2 governments in effect. And so the establishment of the Assembly was an achievement, but it was a very painful process to go through, because in the time that we have seen, it's been suspended at least six times. And the first time it was suspended was in 2000, so 2 years after the process, for 4 months. Then it was suspended twice in 2001 for 24-hour period at a time for technical reasons, but because we were in political discussions trying to save the agreement. The third time was for almost 7 years, between 2002 and 2002, end of 2007, or 6.5 years. And this was a new institution that had been established and then suddenly wasn't functioning. So there's a real sense of having to maintain the sense of possibility and the sense of promise from the agreement. Then we move on a little bit more into contemporary times, and it was suspended for 3 years between 2017 and 2020, and then just recently in 2022 through 24. And the last 2 were curveballs, and this is, I think, a lesson is that the polity evolves over time, and you get curveballs that you have to deal with. And in these cases, the 2017 hiatus was due to a corruption scandal, and the 2022 suspension was due to the aftermath of Brexit and the discussions between what price our eggs would be in Northern Ireland, not the ones here. And on top of that, there were 5 or 6 additional agreements. So we had St Andrews Agreement, Hillsborough Castle Agreement, Stormont House Agreement, a Fresh Start Agreement, and these were a series of agreements meant to renew commitment to the principles of the Good Friday Agreement, and to get to a place where all of the parts of the Good Friday Agreement were actually implemented, because not everything was implemented at once. There were some issues at the negotiations that were parked. There was a hook in the agreement on them, but for example, the whole issue of victims' rights, the dealing with the past agenda, was not properly elaborated at the time. Transitional justice, managing regular, let's say, criminal justice, managing the devolution of policing, so devolving the powers for Northern Irish politicians to have executive power over policing, devolved from London to Belfast, and criminal justice. That didn't happen until 2010, so 12 years after the agreement. And then also another spoiler for us was the issue of decommissioning of paramilitary weapons. And from the Women's Coalition perspective, we always thought this was a red herring, because really we thought what needed to happen was the decommissioning of mindsets, because you could decommission all the weapons you wanted one day, but then if you still felt you had a reason to use them, then you just go out and buy them the next day. Of course, it's not as simple as going into the shop and buying a pint of milk, obviously, but you get the point that it's about wanting to use intent, this kind of strategic intent to use, and it was all about, do they intend to use them again or not? And for us, this prevented the process many times. And I think then that all of this kind of management of the peace process was going on at the same time as people were trying to govern for the first time autonomously since 1972. So these parallel tracks that you are in government, you're trying to manage government, and you're trying to manage a peace process at the same time. And I think that's not, to my mind, that's not as appreciated as maybe it should be. So there's that tension between the business of government, between peace building, and dealing with the past as well. So they kind of come together. And that's why it's important that you remember when you're in a negotiation that you do the agreement, it's a kind of snapshot, so it's like a photo of everybody agreeing in time, but people change, they move on, and it's something that I think we need to be clear, or at least acknowledge that it happens. So we really need to pay attention that these people will be your partners for life. It may be a marriage of inconvenience, but this is something that keeps on going. So I think that we had all of these different processes. We also had the US government, the United Kingdom government, the government of Ireland, and also the European Union as kind of background supporters for our process as well, which we wouldn't have been able to make it through had we not had those external persons. So there's a difference, I think, though, between being custodians of the process, the participants, the parties, the ownership, and the governments who are guarantors. But you're in it together for the long haul, I think, ups and downs.
This is fascinating. So the lesson here, you build the agreements so that they can be resilient and change and evolve with the politics that will happen. And then in your case, a series of, not spoilers, but supporters and guarantors around it to shore up the implementation. But we'll move on to Marnie, and exactly the sort of the same question. South Sudan agreements, and how has political will been kept out through the implementation of those agreements and successive also crisis in the peace agreements, and what structures were put in place to manage that evolution of politics?
Thank you, Pontus. I'm reminded of an old definition of a contract that's been applied to treaties, to say that a treaty is a disagreement reduced into writing. And I often feel that a lot of the peace agreements that we facilitate are essentially disagreements, and some barely mask the disagreement. And this brings us to the question, therefore, of what do we do with such a text that we know is not necessarily a reflection of genuine consensus. I'm from Uganda, and our president famously described the situation in South Sudan as a government of enemies. So despite a peace agreement, that political enmity had not been addressed, and we're seeing it today in the fact that the peace agreement is fracturing with the house arrest of the main political opposition leader. But as you suggested, South Sudan has had two rather comprehensive agreements since its independence. The first one of 2015 fractured a year into its implementation. The country returned to war. And we had to go back to Addis Ababa, and I was sent along by the Mediation Support Unit to help with what was called a revitalization of the agreement. In essence, it repeated the main clauses, but what it didn't manage to do, and I think that's a gap in the architecture, was to introduce any new architectures for implementation. We basically reintroduced the old mechanisms, which included a joint monitoring and evaluation commission that was to follow all the chapters of the agreement. But we also, perhaps to mitigate that, the African Union has 5 of the African countries to accompany South Sudan's transition, and this is headed by South Africa. It also includes Rwanda, Nigeria, I think Chad, and Algeria. But despite all of that architecture, and despite the presence of a UN peacekeeping mission with some political mandate, we've seen the reversals in the implementation of the peace agreement. So the question is, why has this happened? And it discloses the limitations of what outsiders can do to infuse political commitment. This perhaps goes back to the point about mediation and versus negotiation. It seems to me that sometimes conflict parties use mediation as a cover, and because mediators are usually mandated to secure outcomes quickly, we may push ahead with the text of an agreement without securing that commitment to work out and resolve the political relationship. But it doesn't mean that these mechanisms don't have anything to contribute. In fact, they do quite a lot. However, it is in that period of implementation where you begin to see delays and evidence of lack of political will, perhaps, to ensure, in the case of South Sudan, the unification of forces, the merger of forces, so that you have one armed force rather than many different ones. We saw delays also in the questions of justice and accountability, where 10 years on from the first agreement, we still haven't had implemented a Truth Commission or Reparation Authority, although now we have laws for Truth Commission and reparations. There was a third mechanism in there, which was the hybrid court, because when the country fractured and went back to civil war, there were several violations of humanitarian law and atrocities for which there has been no accountability. And there simply isn't the political will to establish criminal justice. And one of the things that we're trying to do, I wear another hat as a commissioner on human rights, we've had to become involved in the implementation of the transitional justice architecture by convening South Sudanese state actors, non-state actors, civil society, to put pressure on the government. And that has been successful to the extent that you now have legislation for reparations and a Truth Commission. But in terms of accountability and criminal accountability, there isn't yet legislation. So we have to change our narrative and start emphasizing the benefits of criminal justice, the benefits of a system where other actors support national actors to strengthen the criminal justice system in South Sudan so it can deal with these questions of accountability. But to wrap it, this question of political will and political responsibility for the agreements that parties sign is a big and difficult one, and there's no easy solution to it.
Thank you very much. And I think we have to dive back into this idea of the accountability and transitional justice, and when is that best being put in place in the implementation processes? I think that's a very important question we'll come back to. But moving forward, Minister, we discussed and, we see ahead of us an agreement where there will be no trust. And so this idea that we're partners for life, it may be inconvenient, but we need to work together. What do you do, or how can you think of the implementation when you are heading into it with no trust between the parties in that implementation? Of course, a solution around the conflict of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What do you need to put in place then?
As it's our last session, I feel almost forced to tell you a joke. Of course, about implementation, but actually about mice who got together once and decided their life is totally miserable. Predators here, foxes, basically everything, threatened by everyone, and they decided to seek an advice of a local owl who was, apparently sort of bearer of wisdom. They got to this owl and asked, "What to do? We are so weak here." and she said, become hedgehogs, like myself. I mean, Ukraine should become a real porcupine, but hedgehogs are also okay. So they got crazy happy, went home, and one of the, mice raised his tail and said, but how are we going to become hedgehogs? They got back to this all and said, oh, we ask you for a sort of strategic advice, how to change our life. But how can we become hedgehog? And she said, I just told you to become hedgehog as part of my strategic advice, but tactics is your responsibility. So, implementation is seen by many as tactical, fundamentally wrong, what our friends have just told here. So 3 points. And actually, I very much agree on all these points already voiced. The first one, in this time of total uncertainty, not risks, but total uncertainty, like Thor said, we don't know what should happen in 3 weeks or in 6 weeks. Any sort of effective implementation is tricky and close to impossible. I can say it as someone who started my career in computer simulation. I'm a physicist. You don't run any app successfully if your operational system is down or stumbling. So fundamentally, if you have uncertainty, it's either your responsibility to build implementation, it's your, or if you negotiate with someone in good faith, so lucky you. But if you have someone like Russians on the other side, you are fundamentally in a different reality. My second point, in order to have any credible, not even successful implementation, you need at least 3 levels. It's actually my experience, not only from what we've been doing in Ukraine, but also Transnistria, Georgia, Karabakh. I hope everybody knows where these geographical definitions basically are, at least here in this room. And what I learned, we need to have a political level, someone who is supposed to take decisions. We need to have the level of negotiators and communicators, and we have also people in charge of implementation. And these people are fundamentally different from those who negotiated. I had lots of different experiences. One in October 2014, when we tried to negotiate one of the first ceasefires with the Russians. And it was kind of on paper, as always, because the Russians were always certain how to break a ceasefire and put more pressure. Their idea is not wait and see, but their idea wait and strike. And we had also a special monitoring mission by the OSCE in charge, just in the beginning. And special monitoring mission was supposed to have access, not everywhere, but in a lot of places. And one, I got a call from our military guys, and they asked me, Mr. Minister, we have special monitoring missions in front of us. I said, fine, why not? But they told me, but they want to access sort of location where they are not entitled to have this access, but they believe they are. So I said, okay, let's discuss it. As they said, it's too complicated, Mr. Minister. We just trust you. Tell us what to do. So I said, situation of the ground is probably, let me explain it, and said, fine, in 2 minutes, but after that we have to take decisions. So fundamentally, it's fundamentally different people negotiating and understanding all the nuances. and all kind of thousands of people in charge of implementation. It's not one, it's not thousand, it's thousands of people in charge. So in a kind of good fair negotiations, you have emotions, you have spoilers, you have idiots are everywhere, but at least you understand what it's all about. But if you have someone not willing any kind of fair solution, it is not only about the Russians. We have also other cases. I mean, the Balkans. It's a good example. So what you do, you need heavy and effective system of monitoring and verification. The problem with such a noble idea is that how you get it together, because it's not everywhere who wants to join. Secondly, how you negotiate a sort of mandate, because it's tricky. It's not. It's who is kind of showing good fares on their side. And third, it's about a lot of money. SMM budget was actually bigger than the whole OSCE budget, for those who don't understand it. So heavy-handed system of verification and monitoring, and what I hear now from some people, who are based in this country but not in the city, probably we don't need a kind of real system of verification and monitoring. It's too difficult to build. It takes time. So let's go for a kind of set of really tough incentives. Who gonna breach? Any sort of deal will be punished. The problem is how to define who was a spoiler and who is actually a spoiler, how to punish and who is in charge of punishing. Are there rules of getting in together? So fundamentally, the whole system becomes tricky, and it's my point. In any war or conflict where you have a geopolitical dimension, I'm saying it without any sort of, intellectual sufficiency. So my point, it's close to impossible to build a real implementation in good faith. So it's about those who are on the good side to start working without basically bridging to the other side. And it's my third point. Such an implementation of such a system could be not a common one, not a joint one, but could belong to one side or two sides or multilaterally, not to everyone. And of course, it's gonna fragment the whole implementation, but it's actually where we are. So to cut it short, in any kind of not good fair implementation, we need sort of collective efforts of everyone who is committed to that. And it's not obligatory to agree on everything with the other side who is not acting in a good faith. It's tricky, but for me, at least at the moment, is the only way forward. Let me stop here and looking forward for discussion.
So the strong monitoring setup, and then the question around the verification and how would you evaluate that information, I think is something that sort of pick up from there. I wanted to, we'll do another set of little sort of quicker feedback. And I just, so one of these things that are coming up, this is tactical, not strategic, right? So we're becoming hedgehogs. But that has to actually happen. And to become hedgehog, I guess you need to prepare for that ahead of time, right? Back to Northern Ireland, I just wanted to probe a little bit. I will jump the order, but what preparations did you make ahead of time, to get all of these implementations element ready to do, right? Or ready to roll out?
Well, I think the lesson from our process is that we didn't. We were so focused on getting the agreement. So you get really, this is the goal, and when you're in the negotiations, you just want to get this thing out, to get it done. It's not perfect, but it's the best that you can get. It's the BATNA in the literature. So it's the best that you can get at that particular point in time. And once it's born, if so to speak, it immediately becomes vulnerable. Yeah. So I think that it was only as we went along, trying to govern, trying to build peace at the same time in parallel, just a huge task that I think that's where we needed the assistance from our American friends, British friends, Irish governmental friends, and also very much from the European Union, who came in with a huge peace program, structural funds, putting money into society. So there was the institutional part of it that we needed to attend to, but there was also the social and a bit of it that we needed to attend to. And that was very important. And I think one of the things that the Women's Coalition presented or proposed but was never accepted was the idea of an implementation committee, a review committee that would be a standalone committee that would actually look at the implementation process, because we were always distracted by events. So we were pulled one direction, we were pulled the other. We wanted to be strategic, but we were responding to events. And so it was... when we look at other, if we look at the Dayton Peace Accords, people have mentioned, we look at the ICR, the Ahtisaari Plan, there was a Peace Implementation Council in Bosnia, there was an international steering group in the Kosovo context. I think we could have done with something, maybe not exactly that, because that was very high level, but something that took us out of ourselves. And in fact, we ended up doing that because there were all of these different agreements, because the Good Friday Agreement didn't go by itself. It needed more. So I think that's one thing, that's so that you are regularly checking in with the agreement as it's being implemented. And I think then our agreement was, again, a moment in time, the best we could get, but there was very little, there were no sunset clauses, there was no off-ramp for some of the things, like, for example, a complete mandatory coalition of all of the parties, so that there was never be an opposition in effect. So having some form of, review conference 10 years out, or 5 or 10 years after an agreement, I think at a kind of summit level, at a heads of state and government level, I think that would have helped to review the agreement, and also lent to the sense of it being a common enterprise that was owned by the people as well as the politicians.
Thank you. That's some very practical ideas of prepare early and put those structures into place. And you mentioned here also some of the international support, including some of the financial support. And Professor Abbey, I want to return to you, because you mentioned also the sort of the sustained commitment, the commitment on guarantees to be put in for successful implementation. But this idea of setting up and having ready the financing and the funding for it also comes up in relation to the monitoring. And we see that that's often sort of a weak link. We need the monitoring verification system, but the funding is not necessarily there to support it. Where would you place that within your 6 lessons learned, and what have you seen there that should or should not be prepared?
Well, I would certainly place it the 4th lesson, where I talk about the commitment of resources. Because certainly when the Security Council, the UN Security Council, is involved and supporting peace agreements and the UN more generally, sometimes the Security Council behaves like a bad doctor. Because if you go to see your physician or your family doctor, and the family doctor diagnoses and says, well, you have an infection and you need antibiotics, they always say to you, look, you have to take the whole course of antibiotics. If you start feeling better, if it's a 10-day course, and you start feeling better after 5 days, you shouldn't stop because you'll have relapse. But the Security Council, particularly at a time when you have pressure of resources, behaves like a bad doctor. As soon as the patient begins to see, as soon as you have a peace agreement, well, okay, that's the third day of the antibiotic, and we move on somewhere else. So that is a huge problem in terms of how you get the Security Council and how you get donors to make this long-term commitment. But I would say that even though it takes a lot of resources to implement peace agreements and even to do peace building, it is still conflict prevention, which we haven't talked much about at all in the last couple of years, is a lot cheaper. And I think this particular point underlines the importance of conflict prevention, which is much cheaper financially than when you're trying to implement peace agreements after conflicts. I just give 2 examples from my experience. My very first peacekeeping mission was the unprecedented and unfollowed UN preventive deployment mission in what is now North Macedonia. And UNPREDEP in North Macedonia is generally considered as quite a successful UN mission at a time of the breakup of Yugoslavia. That mission cost the international community about $50 million US dollars per year. My third mission, I went to Haiti after Macedonia. When I went back to the Balkans after Dayton and was in Sarajevo, the international community spent $1 billion each year for the first 7 years after Dayton. So it was 7 billion. I just stopped in the first 7 years. I haven't counted what it would be now. But the first 7 years after Dayton, it was 7 billion, as opposed to 50 million per year in the same region, in a place which was all part of the same country, Yugoslavia, before the breakup. So I think it underlines the importance, even as we talk about implementation, that we win afresh the argument for conflict prevention, which makes a lot of sense financially.
It's a very good point, but also from the perspective that very often the good implementation of an agreement or early implementation of agreement may prevent the future cycles of violence coming back, which will be more expensive. I flagged this idea of going back to the accountability and transitional justice, just to probe a little bit more on that, Barney, in the South Sudan case and more general. Why is it that elements or those elements of implementation in the South Sudan case were perhaps more difficult to get to? And what can be done differently to, or would it have been desirable to do it differently to implement such measures earlier on in the peace agreement or the process?
I think that hard accountability, as we were discussing earlier in the day, is always difficult. And it meets resistance because particularly leaders don't want to be politically neutralized by a process of prosecution. So that's where some of the resistance from criminal justice, which is the hybrid court, comes from. But what we also saw, and I'll come back to the hybrid court in a moment, what we also saw was reluctance to move forward with the questions of a truth commission, so truth-telling, sitting down as citizens to ask yourselves, why did we go to war and how can we prevent it? Those are questions that the peace agreement doesn't necessarily answer, but to have an inclusive process on reflection on national identity and the things that divide South Sudan and the things that can unite South Sudan. That was resisted until very recently in terms of legislation, but we still haven't seen the commission being established. And with the current crisis, it may be that that will no longer be a priority in the near future. I mean, the other area in which the delay really is harmful and inexcusable is the question of reparations. Because the harm from violations is immediate, is ongoing. I mean, 10 years after the violations, victims still don't have any avenue for reparations, let alone justice. I think what tends to happen in contexts like that is that the political elites have different priorities to the needs of citizens and victims. They're much more invested in the case of South Sudan in economic activities, often diverting the oil resources that are there. They're much more interested in the power sharing elements of the agreement. And so perhaps one needs different architectures for different elements of the agreement. But even in the region, you don't have the same kind of convictions around the questions of justice and accountability, because the elites manage to keep everyone tense about whether the political compact will fracture. So nobody prioritizes these questions of justice. What we've been able to do as our commission is to say that, in fact, if you're going to have sustainable peace, you've got to address violations so that citizens feel, many of whom are refugees, feel that their experiences are being taken seriously and that there can be a genuine and deep reconciliation. But let me link this also to the question of resources. There is a danger that we create these mechanisms that are extremely costly. And we forget to start doing truth-telling under the tree in communities on a lower budget. We're waiting for a human rights commission. We forget to use the domestic existing justice systems because perhaps we're waiting for hybrid courts. So we create this gap in pursuing the goals of transitional justice because we're waiting for the bespoke mechanisms that were agreed. So it becomes a mechanism for delay rather than pursuing energetically these issues of reconciliation, confrontation of the past, and accountability.
Two very important reflections there. If you want to avoid repeating what you've gone through, bringing it out early on in terms of the reparations to victims and the truth are important, and then practical and the ambition level must be commensurate with sort of the resources and time at hand to make it moving. And just a last reflection before we open up for questions. And we wanted to bring in also this the broader link with society and civil society around the agreements to make sure there's successful implementation. And it's a little bit difficult, but in the case of a Ukraine agreement, of course, reconciliation with the other part and that element probably is not at hand. But what may need to be done to get a broader sections, or is there anything that needs to be done to get a broader sections of Ukrainian society on board of a potential agreement that is coming, so that that implementation can be more successful?
We are not talking about reconciliation, and I don't believe reconciliation is possible with this Russia. I mean, there could be different kind of Russia in some moment in time, but in the current reality, we are talking about sort of coexistence on the basis of principles which are important for us. But for this Russian reality, the idea not to have Ukraine as a mere fact, as existence, is a fundamental one. Secondly, what is important, also on our side, is to manage emotions. I mean, manage is probably a wrong definition here. And it's not just about us. Whatever emotion you have in your heart, you need fundamentally to start getting prepared for a sort of different reality. I mean, purely personally. I very much recall, my visit to Myanmar and my conversation with Aung San Suu Kyi. And it was great conversation, bilateral stuff, China, ASEAN, we discussed it. And then I asked her about situation, in the west of the country, Rohingya. I mean, she literally exploded. She was talking for exactly 1 hour. I was trying to jump in with a couple of points, no avail. So, and basically everyone around her, well, were agitated at the same time. So it's even not something existential for the country. So if you don't manage your emotion, you are out. And the last one, what is fundamentally important, in any kind of conflicts or wars, it's about getting prepared for a sort of blame game, because they're going to be blame game for sure. And it's about your internal blame game. It's about something going from other sides and parts. And it's about going from a sort of, big reality, whether it's media or so. And it's again about your own narrative. I mean, you need to, not just to control your emotions, you need to guide your own narrative and to explain that your narrative is an important one. It does not mean you need to say everyone else is kind of rubbish, but it's about your own narrative. And one point, because I believe it's a really important one. We discussed and explored different options for transitional justice. And intellectually, I am a big fan of this approach. The only point we tried to discuss with the Russians any sort of transitional justice for Donbass, the result is zero, because they were not interested in neither in transitional nor in justice at all. So the point with all kind of good ideas and intellectual constructions, you need to get someone on board and to be able to talk about real and fair process, and not just to pick up this guy and this guy. And it's how it normally happens in many conflicts around the world. So I'm a big fan of good concepts, but there should be a kind of push of impose in this context. Otherwise, it won't get bottom up. It's just the other way around.
All right, thank you. Let's open up for questions. 2 hands. The sofa over there and here. Now we get some more. Please. We take a couple of questions.
Щиро дякую. Thank you very much for these 2 days of panels. I wanted to build on some of Minister Klimkin's points and ask about, well, we've heard a lot about building up trust and between the 2 main parties in a peacekeeping operation. But what is that process of building up trust in external mediators and such? Because if we look at the prospects of a peace in Ukraine, well, that's going to depend on the United States. And there's the very real question of how do you trust more, or even just predict how Trump is going to operate?
Challenge is to building trust in mediators. And then do you need trust in that mediator right now? We have 2 questions here. Yeah, stayed in white and then in black, and then I will come back to the gentleman in green here. We'll take 3 questions and then a round of answers.
Hi. Yeah, my question was, so Kate mentioned before that, like when you're in the process of peace agreement, you have to remember the people who you're like making this agreement. But what in the situation when in the situation when the peace agreement is kind of like ruined? What are the first actions that you're gonna do? What is there like a guarantee for the next and the possible like peace agreement that can happen like again? So what would you do in this situation? Thank you.
Thank you. We take a third question in the middle. Yep. Yeah, raise your hand, right? And then we'll take some answers, and then I have 3 questions lined up for the second round.
My question is related to referendums, and specifically, how early should you start preparing for referendums? As an extension to Kate, you mentioned the differences in the ways that loyalists and unionists voted, and I was wondering, more than 20 years, how do you see those differences now manifesting? Thank you.
That's a very good question. So, Kate, you'll take the first stab at that, and then when Sergio asks his question, he can take a second stab at that.
So I think there were a couple to me, and I think that no peace agreement, I think, is ever completely ruined. I think that it's possible. It's possible to move things forward at a particular point in time, and sometimes it's not possible. And I remember actually going back in time as well when I worked for the Office of the High Representative in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I was working for Paddy Ashdown at the time, and we were having a conversation with the leader of the SNS at the time, Dragan Čabić, and there needed to be, we needed SNS to move forward on the, I think it was on police reform, on the to further implement the agreement. And again, it was a time when things were quite low. And Čabić said, you know, I've got to speak to my constituency here. And we were in Banja Luka, and he said, look, here's, I think it's the Verbas runs in Banja Luka. He said, it's January, don't make me jump into the water in January, but if you wait until June, I'll jump into the water. So I think there is a question. So I think you have to play the long game. And so things are up, things are down, and you have to maintain a sense of almost strategic optimism. I think that we would talk about, and certainly there were many times when it was doom and gloom in our process as well. And at those times, we had to do what we did during the negotiations, which was speak to all of our partners. Maybe not other parties were speaking to other parties, but we always spoke to all of the parties. We spoke to community groups. We made sure that if people were afraid of what would happen, that we tried to go and quell fears. And I think that the worst thing when things are not going right is a sense of uncertainty, because that almost always leads to anxiety, and anxious people aren't prone to taking risks, and implementing agreements is also about taking risks. So I think that what you want to do is really maintain the relationships so that when the opportunity comes around again, which it surely will, then you are in a position to re-engage with your partners on the process. And in terms of the referendum, I mean, our peace agreement was on Good Friday, which was like the 8th or 9th of April, and we had the referendum on May 30th. So it was like a 6-8 week period, and in one sense, this was. I'm not sure how long the governments had this really in mind. I mean, there was always a sense that, you know, something would happen. It was meant to be a supportive for the political parties, but it was very, very. It was a very frantic process, and from having that being around the table all together, when we went into the referendum period, some of the parties, we joined with some of the other parties. There was a civil society organized framework whereby there was a joint yes campaign. But the bigger parties went by themselves, as well as, and then there were a number of us smaller parties who grouped together. So there was, there was an agreement on the day, and then we kind of scattered a little bit. So it was something that we had to, there was a sense that everybody was trying to speak to their own constituency, and a little bit of division. And maybe I'll just say one more thing about the referendum, because hardly anybody ever asks about this. But one of the things that we did with civil society organizations is we translated the legalistic and political text into common language for people to understand. And we created an education pack where we had, this is strand one, this is what's happening, this is going to be what happens on criminal justice policing. So if you're interested in one of those things, it was all a one-pager, and we heard Chris talk about the one-pager earlier. So there were like 12 or 13 pages that we had. That was a kind of colourful pack that we took out. We went to town hall meetings, we organized them, and we went and spoke to people directly about what is, of course, we had to be sure legally that what our translation was an actual reflection, but it was something else that helped with people understanding what exactly had been done. Yep. Did I miss something?
Barney, you want to come in here?
Yes, I'm going to talk about alternatives to referenda. I'm not a very big fan of referenda, principally because peace agreements often are very nuanced compromises that are not easily susceptible to a yes or no choice. But I can think of many contexts where referenda wouldn't work so well. But what is important, and also Kate, you did mention this, is to build a constituency in support for a process of implementing the peace and the goals of the peace agreement. So whether it is sharing of power, or even transitional justice that we were discussing, to have civic actors across all of society who believe that those commitments and obligations are important for them. And in that way, the political actors can then derive some capital from the fact that the agreement they signed meets with support in the population. And I was going to say something quickly also about the matter of mediators. If parties choose their mediator, then you don't have a problem. But in most cases, mediators are imposed on the process. I always like to think that it's the responsibility of the mediator to win the mandate from the negotiating parties, even when they have a mandate from a state or multilateral entity, and that process is an ongoing one. You're always on probation with the parties, and sometimes mediators go through the whole process and have to leave precisely because the parties didn't fully endorse their contribution. So trust in the process is important, and the mediator can help the parties to define that process in which they can trust.
Very good. Paul, do you have any reflections, particularly perhaps on this, of the trust in the mediator? Necessary.
I'm gonna go back to your point about Trump as a mediator, and I don't believe he's actually a mediator. He's a player, because mediator for me is someone without his defined and very special agenda. It's someone building up the process for all the sides, but it's definitely not about US, not about the Chinese. I mean, Players can also mediate, but it's a fundamentally different sense of mediation. About peace agreement ruined, sometimes I believe it's good to drop something which is ruined and start from the scratch. It does not mean that I'm for basically roller coaster ups and downs, don't get me wrong. But sometimes it's a kind of irreparable point and point of no return. It's better to start. And one point about I'm not, like my friends, big fan of referenda. And in referenda, people normally vote really emotionally. I mean, even in elections now, there are no kind of rational choice. But in referenda, it's always emotion choice. So if yes, so my point, let's go for something close to the conditions of free and fair elections. And secondly, never go for a simple majority in referenda. There should be a tendency, 60%, 2/3, whatever. And there should be someone to deliver something close to free and fair. If not, it's about trust, basically totally ruined. It's better not to have any referenda than to have something which would lead you in a fundamental spiral of emotions and violence.
In response to the second question about what happens if the peace agreement fails, just 3 quick reactions. The first is, peacemaking is not for the faint-hearted. It takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of stamina, and it takes real optimism. And peacemakers have a natural tendency to see the glass as half full rather than half empty. And that optimism is not to be confused with being naive. First reaction. The second is, when it fails, you have to go back and see and reflect on what happened. Were there problems in the agreement itself that could be remedied? Was there a problem with the process? Did you fail to deal with the underlying causes of the disputes? Because if you don't deal with those underlying causes, you would never have a resolution. And then third, you wait for another opportunity. So, as my old teacher in school will tell us in the old poem, you try, if at first you don't succeed, try, and try again. So you have to have that dogged optimism and not give up.
So that's a golden rule in mediation, is a no is always a reason to find out more what's behind, right? And for implementation, a failure is an opportunity to continue to tweak the process. So we'll do a second round of questions. The gentleman in green, and then Sergio and Betty. Yeah, and then.
Okay. Should we basically have different specializations? One person, one group for mediation, and one group after mediation for implementation. So this way, the skills needed for each would more match whatever the dispute involved is.
That's an interesting reflection, because earlier we've been saying that it was very good for mediation team to carry on, to help interpret the agreements. But there was also suggestion here on this panel that in fact there are quite different people doing the mediation and implementation. So let's see, that's another question to take here. Sergio.
Thanks. Am I supposed to say something about referenda?
You may if you want to.
Yeah, rather traumatic. No, very briefly, so in Colombia we also ran a referendum, which we ended up losing by 0.3%, and meant that we had to go back to the negotiating table. And a lot of people said, how foolish, why did you do that? Our argument, our public argument, was basically what Kate has said, is it's a way of people having ownership with something that was negotiated far away and so forth. But actually, the referendum was, speaking like a kind of political scientist or legal scholar, was kind of constitutive of the negotiation, because we used very often the argument with FARC that what we were discussing, we would put to the Colombian people. And therefore, there are many things we couldn't do, because it wasn't just us. It was the Colombians who wouldn't tolerate this. And that's how we actually pushed the justice file further than anybody else, because we always said, this is going to a referendum. We prepared, but obviously not enough. We had the, talking about Northern Ireland, the communications guru of Tony Blair, Alistair Campbell, came down 3 months before and dished his wisdom and so forth. But sadly, it wasn't enough. Now I move to my question. Yeah. I cannot help asking Pavlo. But before that, I mean, this issue of who negotiates and who implements that we just asked about, Betty made the very good point yesterday, I think, that actually you want to have some people in the implementation phase that negotiated because they have more of a feeling of ownership precisely and commitment. We suffer from that in Colombia. Now finally to my question to Pablo. So everywhere, it happens that implementation is not what people expected. And somebody made the point this morning, I think it was Ambassador Hill, that there's not the adrenaline. And that's a basic problem. But in some ways, a more serious problem, and this is my question, is what Barney was pointing out, which is agreements that are really disagreements. So what happens when the agreement is not implementable? And this is my question to Pavlo with regard to Minsk II. I mean, if you read Minsk II, the agreement is incoherent. So it's not really an agreement. It may have served some purposes tactically. So what do you do then when you have an agreement that is not implementable? Because it actually has all kinds of consequences. We were discussing with Kate, we did a workshop on monitoring and verification mechanisms in Cairo with Acordemos last year, and we had the people from OSCE mission. And the poor OSCE was trying to monitor something without really a mandate, without anything. So my point is that the problems of implementation are not just of lack of resources, of will, but also, on occasion, of bad agreements. And so I would love to hear Pablo on Minsk.
Thank you. Betty, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is not a question, it's rather a comment. You said something which, a very key word, about political will. There's no perfect peace agreement. All of them, a lot of times, they're flawed. And so they're renegotiated during implementation of the agreement. But once you have the political will from the leadership, you're bound to make some progress in the implementation. Burundi is not exactly a good example of political will, but nevertheless, at the time that there was a lot of pressure on them, there was political will to implement the agreement. Although it later fell apart and had to be renegotiated, but nevertheless, there was political will by the leaders. Now, in the case of South Sudan, there has never been political will from the leadership. Lots of reasons. And at one time, we thought, just like Benny was saying, I'm also not a fan of referendum, excuse me, because it can be rigged, just like elections are usually rigged. Votes can be bought. People's opinion are twisted, distorted, and therefore you really don't come up with good results. But as an alternative, we used national dialogue. National dialogue as a tool to give the masses opportunity, those who are never heard, opportunity to give their opinion, give their views about the country they wanted. Now, because it did not work, it's the leadership who he did not initiated, but nevertheless he supported the concept, the idea. But because it did not work in his favor, he rubbished it and said that was a Western thing. It doesn't work in Africa, the outcome of the national dialogue, I mean. So it also brings me on the question of the responsibilities of the regional leaders. Because in the case of South Sudan again, the regional leaders were, those are IGAD, heads of states. They were asked, to be the guarantors of the peace process. But at the end of the day, there was national interest, which also prolonged the war because they were not speaking the same language. The other thing was fatigue because the president kept playing them out. And so, at the end of the day, they could not play the role they had been given to enforce implementation of the agreement. So it puts into question, are regional leaders really relevant and effective in implementation of peace agreements? Thank you.
Very good reflection there. And a bit, if we don't have political will, the agreements may be struck, but they're not meant to be implemented. I think that's one of them. The other one is, though, how do we generate and maintain that political will along an implementation process? And there's some suggestions there. So, interesting questions for the panel. Professor.
You just raised the question I was going to ask, which is, I entirely agree about political will. It's an indispensable ingredient in all of this. And the question is the one you've just posed: how do you generate political will? And if you're talking about generating political will, these leaders are political animals. So you cannot generate political will just by appealing to the better angels of their nature. So if they're political animals, you have to find a way to articulate what's in their own self-interest and in the interest of their communities. That is one way. There is also an important way for civil society to help in terms of generating political will. And even though, of course, you do have the media, which can help to generate political will, there's sometimes a problem. We know both traditional media and social media, but all of that can help in generating political will, which is necessary because it doesn't just happen.
Very good point. Kate, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just on the point of political will, and I think it's maybe a slightly different take. Sometimes I think that we can confuse a lack of political will for a lack of real understanding about the position of the particular political leader. And I take the example of David Trimble in this one, and you talked about incentives. Well, the incentive was the Nobel Peace Prize was a good incentive, but there was also a part that I think we did not appreciate, just how difficult it was for him to move himself and his party. I think John Hume, who was his co-recipient ultimately in getting the Nobel Peace Prize, had been plodding away, pushing for this for years and years and years in the background before we even got to formal talks. But at the end of the day, the SDLP, the agreement was pretty much, or was relatively close to their position. It didn't require the same level of sacrifice, really, that David Trimble and Elster Unius made. And there was lots of drama at the time, and I think it was too easy for us, and I include the Women's Coalition in this, to dismiss that predicament that he was in as not having the political will. Oh, if he only had the political will, he would do it. But he was the person who really knew his own constituency. He knew what they were thinking. He knew what they would, you know, what the market could bear, what they would accept and what they wouldn't accept. And I think that for me, I have learned over time to show and to try and understand a greater appreciation to the issue of political, the predicament of leadership when you're in that, when you take those risks, when you jump. And he jumped without a safety net, and I think that we should. It took a while, but I think that for anyone starting out on a peace process here, maybe to think about, and this goes back to the idea of radical empathy, that if you really have an understanding of the position, and trying to support your opponent through the process, even after the agreement is done. So not to confuse political will with a very difficult political position.
So we need to build in some safety nets for taking risks into the agreements.
I'd say that it's important to continue the negotiations to ensure that you, yes, understand the reservations a party might have to the implementation and try to address those concerns, lingering concerns they may have about the agreement. In some places, there have been adjustments to the text, maybe adjustments to the timelines of implementation as a way of keeping everybody on board. So the idea that negotiation and even mediation should not be demobilized simply because you have a text is an important one to preserve, that maybe different actors should take up the mantle, but there should be continuing engagement of the implementers to ensure that their concerns are addressed while trying to keep the process on track.
Pavlo, you got a direct question there on Minsk too.
For the sake of oversimplifying it a bit, for all our colleagues here in the room, actually 3 options are possible, 3.5. One, you drop it. If it's not possible, for whatever reasons, and it was not possible because of the pressure, you decide to freeze it. If freezing is not possible, you decide to agree to implement something and to disagree on everything else. If even that not possible, you decide to put up implementation where you agree to implement and disagree on everything else. Our way was a combination of 2, 3, and 4. Once I've been asked by one of the European high schools, I mean, Mr. Klimkin, let's try to simulate negotiations on Normandy and Minsk. I said, Normandy maybe, but Minsk is not for beginners or even intermediates. They said, still, even though we badly wanted to do, I mean, Normandy went reasonably well, and they were kind of postgraduate guys, really good guys, who were supposed to take up their jobs in the European Commission. But Minsk, even for them, was a sort of tough point. But we did it successfully. So to explain it, it's really a very weird combination of the second, the third, and the fourth.
Right. Thank you so much. I know there are 2 more questions. We are out of time, so I hope we can have those questions right after here with this fantastic panelist. So before we break up, please join me in thanking this fantastic panel. Really insightful reflections on implementation. Thank you very much.